Chapter 1775, Southern Cup Rock Sun Water. Fu Junyong left in misery and dejection. The wounds that Ling Han had given him weren't the most important. He could fully recover from these wounds in a dozen or so days. However, the spot to enter the mystery realm? Anyhow, following Fu Junyong, several more people visited Ling Han to ask for the spot to enter the mystery realm. Some of them were relatively polite, and they were willing to use star stones, saintly medicines, or even cultivation techniques to exchange for this spot. However, there were also some who were incredibly arrogant, and they directly ordered Ling Han to yield his spot. When facing the former, Ling Han would also be polite and nicely ask them to leave. Facing the latter, however, Ling Han would directly beat them out of his residence. There was a violent shudder, and it was as if the entire courtyard were about to collapse. It finally stabilized after a moment, and it was also at this time that a cold and eerie voice suddenly traveled over. "Where's Ling Han? Get the hell out here to greet me." There was a terrifying might in this voice, and it definitely didn't belong to someone at the Severing Mundane tier. Instead, it belonged to an elite at the Dividing Soul tier. Ling Han stood up and started to fly out. At this moment, a young man was standing before the entrance to his residence with his hands clasped behind his back. Although Ling Han regarded him as a youth, judging by his tumultuous vitality, he was at least tens of billions of years old. In fact, he might even be hundreds of billions of years old. His youthful appearance simply signified that he had severed the mundane at a relatively young age. Thus, his appearance had been locked into one of youth. In other words, he would appear young forever. In order to make themselves appear more mighty and dignified, some elites would purposefully age their appearance. However, this person clearly hadn't done so. Anyhow, there was also another person standing behind this youth. This was someone who Ling Han recognized. Fu Jingtong. "Oh? You lost to me, so you've brought a Dividing Soul tier elite over to redeem your pride. What a sore loser. Perhaps you'll run back sobbing and ask for help from your elders every time you're defeated by someone in the future." "You're Ling Han?" the Dividing Soul tier elite asked as he gazed at Ling Han with a cold expression. His name was Fu Siyuan, and he was an elder in the branch that Fu Zhengtong belonged to. In reality, there was a difference of many generations between them. However, because everyone had lived for so long, people usually ignored how many generations existed between them, and they all referred to those of the older generations as elder. Ling Han glanced at him, but he remained silent. Fu Zhengtong couldn't help but rebuke, "My senior is asking you a question. How is this brat so audacious?" Ling Han wore an indifferent expression and he said, "Oh? So he's actually talking to me? Ha! What kind of attitude is this?" There were flames of anger in Fu Siyuan's mind. How was there such an ignorant and naive junior? When those at the Severing Mundane tier saw those at the Dividing Soul tier, shouldn't they all piss themselves in fright? His voice was solemn and he said, "You used underhanded methods to defeat Jingtong, so now, I want you two to engage in a fair battle again." Underhanded? Ling Han chuckled coldly in his mind. How much of a sore loser was this Fu Jingtong? He had actually made up such a *TTY excuse? Moreover, if Fu Jingtong truly wanted to redeem his pride, he could have simply returned here by himself. Why bring a Dividing Soul tier elite with him? Was this not to frighten Ling Han? Did he dare to win? If he won, he would need to face the rage of a Dividing Soul tier elite. In fact, Fu Siyuan might even interfere with their battle and directly target Ling Han. Most of the students in this academy were only at the Severing Mundane tier, so they most likely wouldn't be able to detect Fu Siyuan's underhanded techniques. They were blatantly bullying Ling Han. "Fine, then let's battle again," Ling Han said indifferently. Fu Siyuan's and Fu Jingtong's expression was as if they had already expected this outcome. In their eyes, Ling Han naturally couldn't reject the request of a Dividing Soul tier elite. Meanwhile, Fu Jingtong also felt like he had lost unfairly. His battle prowess was no weaker than Ling Han's, and it was because of Ling Han's high-level pseudo-celestial tool that he had been riddled with wounds. As such, they would both be banned from using pseudo-celestial tools during the following battle. However, he had received a precious treasure from his elder, and this would help him obtain definite victory. His battle with Ling Han didn't simply represent himself and Ling Han. Instead, it also represented the conflict and competition between Fu Gaoyun and Fu Tonghai, two of the potential successors of the Fu clan. The more outstanding a potential successor, the more powerful elites they would naturally attract to their alliance. Similarly, the quality and strength of a potential successor's followers would also directly reflect their influence and power. After leaving the courtyard, Fu Siyuan unleashed a deafening roar that shook the surroundings. It wasn't long before people started to fly over. The more time that passed, the more people that gathered. They had all been attracted here by the loud commotion. "What's going on?" everyone asked. They were confused as to what was happening. Fu Siyuan immediately explained that this was a simple sparring match. A sparring match? Then why do they need a dividing soul tier elite? Everyone watched on in curiosity. Meanwhile, Ling Han faced off against Fu Jingtong. "Ling Han, you relied on your pseudo-celestial tool to achieve a slight advantage over me last time. This time, however, we'll simply compete using our celestial techniques. We'll spar using our true strength," Fu Jingtong said. His face was filled with indignance. He truly believed that he had lost because of Ling Han's pseudo-celestial tool. Thus, he would decisively turn the tables and achieve victory this time. Ling Han shrugged his shoulders and said, "All right, so are you going to fight or not? If you want to fight, then stop uttering nonsense. Otherwise, your words will come back to bite you when you lose again." Fu Jingtong humphed upon hearing this. Wong. With a single thought, a water dragon surged out from his body. This was a crystalline and semi-transparent dragon whose scales were all formed from the symbols of the Great Tao. Its might was utterly terrifying. "Southern Cup Rock Sun Water," someone immediately exclaimed in astonishment. "After transforming and developing for hundreds of millions of years, this is the formation of intelligence and form of the Great Tao of Water." Gasp. Unleashing something like this? Southern Cup Rock Sun Water. This was a spiritual matter nurtured and birthed by heaven and earth. In essence, this was an extremely nutritious and beneficial matter. If a cultivator refined it, not only would their origin power rise by an explosive amount, but even their control over water element regulations would improve by a significant degree. However, such precious treasures could only be discovered by chance. In fact, even celestial king tiers couldn't necessarily obtain such treasures. Moreover, the Southern Cup Rock Sun Water could still continue to evolve. It could still develop a spirit and gain awareness, thereby becoming a true life form. This was quite terrifying. According to rumors, the most powerful of these spiritual matters could even reach the ascending origin tier. This was only a single major tier below the celestial king tier. If these spiritual matters advanced to the celestial king tier, they wouldn't be spiritual matters anymore. Instead, they would become source power. For example, ancestral flames and source water. Thus, everyone was stunned upon seeing the Southern Cup Rock Sun Water that Fu Jingtong had unleashed, especially since it had already developed intelligence. No, this Southern Cup Rock Sun Water doesn't have enough spiritual awareness yet. It doesn't seem like it's developed a true life, a sharp-eyed person immediately said. It was most likely captured by an elite while it was forming intelligence and awareness. They then disturbed the process, resulting in it having a spirit, but not enough spiritual awareness. Even so, this is still Southern Cup Rock Sun Water that has developed a spirit. Its power and might is simply astounding. Fu Jingtong was brimming with pride and haughtiness. An ancestor of his branch had coincidentally obtained this Southern Cup Rock Sun Water a very long time ago. However, few people knew about this. If he hadn't been humiliated so greatly, and if it weren't because of his lack of confidence against Ling Han, his ancestor definitely wouldn't have let him borrow this precious treasure. Right now, he was unleashing this precious treasure to obtain victory in one fell swoop. The water dragon roared, unleashing an astounding might into the surroundings. It was at least at the dividing soul tier. How would Ling Han resist? Everyone shook their heads upon seeing this. To say nothing of severing mundane tier cultivators, even elites at the yang soul of the dividing soul tier wouldn't be able to rival this Southern Cup Rock Sun Water. However, there was a strange expression on Ling Han's face. This was because a wisp of power had been aroused inside him. The Xianin Source Water. This was one of the 9 great source waters of the celestial realm. It was the source of all water and it was the mother of all water. Right now, the Xianin Source Water was releasing a feeling of greed. It wanted to consume the water dragon. Because the Xianin Source Water had already become Ling Han's source power, he could clearly determine that he possessed the ability to consume the water dragon. In other words, he possessed the ability to consume the Southern Cup Rock Sun Water. This was because he belonged to a higher level, thereby allowing him to comprehensively suppress the spiritual matter. Chapter 1776, Stealing. Is it really alright to pick on people like this? Aren't you afraid that you'll give birth to a son with no A*Shoal? A voice that was filled with disdain suddenly said. Everyone looked over, only to see a beautiful young woman walking out from the crowd. This was none other than Situ Xiaojun. In fact, one could already determine the owner of this voice without looking over. After all, few women spoke as boldly as this. Lady Xiaojun, everyone immediately said in greeting upon seeing Situ Xiaojun. Situ Xiaojun was only at the first severance, yet her grandpa was a mighty 3-star alchemist. Thus, this instantly elevated her status by several notches. Even the clan leader of the Fu clan would have to treat a 3-star alchemist with respect. It could be said that only Situ Xiaojun could pick on others and no one else could pick on her. Otherwise they would be seeking death. Thus, her interference instantly caused Fu Siyuan to frown. This was a mini-ancestor. Little girl, why have you run over here? Fu Siyuan asked with a chuckle. Although he was adopting the position of an elder, he was speaking politely and acting as friendly as he could. Do you have the right to call me little girl? Situ Xiaojun said with a sneer. Old geezer, why don't you take a piss and look at your own reflection? Your face is crooked and repulsive, so stop trying to act all friendly with me. I'm not familiar with you at all. Fu Siyuan instantly exploded with rage. He had heard about Situ Xiaojun's evil reputation before, yet only after encountering her did he finally realize just how toxic her tongue truly was. However, he didn't dare to unleash his fury. After all, who didn't know that she was Situ Tang's only granddaughter? If anyone dared to pick on her, regardless of whether they were in the right or not, that old man would definitely rush over to personally battle with them. Moreover, it didn't matter how powerful he was. Facing a 3-star alchemist, who dared to touch even a single hair of his. If anyone dared to attack him, the clan leader and the Fu clan would definitely rush over to personally punish them. Why, you little girl? Fu Siyuan said with a forced smile. He waved his hand and continued, all right, enough with the nonsense. This is a fair and evenly matched battle. Fair? Fair. Situ Xiaojun said with a cold sneer. Although her tongue was toxic, she was someone who had an overwhelming sense of justice and righteousness. Thus, she would directly speak her mind if she came across anything unjust. She would never hide her emotions. Ling Han, follow me, she said. Let me see who dares to target you. Ling Han couldn't help but feel exasperated. He was a huge fan of Situ Xiaojun's sense of justice and righteousness. However, he still wanted to consume that water dragon. Yet, his battle with Fu Zhengtong had been forcefully interrupted by her. What could he do now? There's no need. This is a simple sparring match, he said with a wave of his hand. The Xianin source water was releasing an increasingly powerful urge to consume the Southern Cup Rock Sun water. This was his source power, so in a sense, it also represented the desires of his own body. Situ Xiaojun faltered upon hearing this and she said, You stupid fool, that's the Southern Cup Rock Sun water. Moreover, it's already developed intelligence. Did you think it was just an ordinary celestial treasure? Nonsense. I only want to consume it because it's the Southern Cup Rock Sun water. Ling Han smiled and said, I've never seen such a matter before, so I want to experience its power. You dumb C***T. Situ Xiaojun said as she flipped the bird at Ling Han. So be it, do whatever you want. I can't be bothered anymore. After saying this, she ran away in frustration. Everyone was puzzled upon seeing this. Ling Han had the support of Situ Xiaojun, so why didn't he seize the opportunity to decline the battle? Perhaps he was truly a fool? Even Fu Siyuan was slightly confused upon seeing this. He refused to believe that a severing mundane tier cultivator could be so stupid. However, no matter how he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out how Ling Han would possibly rival the Southern Cup Rock Sun water. Perhaps he possesses powerful spiritual matters such as the Yiksha fire or Sixth Heaven thunder. No way. What a joke. Fu Siyuan pondered for a moment before deciding not to stop Ling Han. They definitely had to win their face back. Otherwise, their branch would suffer great humiliation. Fu Zhengtong roared loudly before charging at Ling Han. He couldn't suppress his anger any longer. Boom. The water dragon howled in fury. This was a spiritual matter of heaven and earth, and when it grew up, it could even reach the ascending origin tier. Although it was wounded now, it still possessed the might of a dividing soul tier elite. Moreover, it possessed the great Tao of water that one could investigate and comprehend. As such, this was definitely a paramount treasure. However, it was a shame that it was only at the dividing soul tier, meaning that one couldn't rely on it to comprehend the mystical nature of the Immortal Palace tier. Otherwise it would be even more valuable. On the flip side, however, Fu Zhengtong wouldn't have been able to borrow this treasure if it had been truly flawless and able to reach the ascending origin tier. After all, such a powerful treasure would definitely attract ascending origin tier forces who might even try to forcefully steal it. The water dragon was unstoppable as it swooped over. Ling Han dashed aside to dodge and he started to engage in battle with Fu Zhengtong. However, the water dragon was far too powerful. After all, it was at the dividing soul tier and it was perhaps even above the Yang soul. It had potentially reached the Yin soul or even the Earth soul. Thus, it was inevitable that Ling Han was occasionally struck by the water dragon. Shockingly, however, it was as if Ling Han weren't affected by this at all. He remained calm and composed regardless of how the water dragon wreaked havoc in his surroundings. It was as if the water dragon weren't a dividing soul tier elite, but rather a measly Genesis tier cultivator. Gasp. Everyone was transfixed with shock and disbelief. How could they accept this? Meanwhile, Ling Han was secretly feeling elated. Each time he clashed with the water dragon, he would pluck a wisp of its power of regulations, transforming this into his own power. During this process, his origin power would continue to rise at a steady rate. To Celestials, the accumulation of origin power was already relatively unimportant. However, this was still something that needed to be accumulated over time. As such, why would Ling Han not accept this free origin power? Of course, his most important task was still to strengthen his source power. If Ling Han wanted to comprehend the power of regulations, he could use his own source power to comprehend the regulations of water and the regulations of fire. After all, both of these source powers were already at the Celestial King tier. Would the difficulty of comprehending heaven and earth be equivalent to the difficulty of comprehending one's own power and body? Thus, it could be said that before reaching the Celestial King tier, Ling Han's cultivation speed would be tens of thousands of times quicker than that of other cultivators. This was inevitable. After all, who else would be fortunate enough to refine a source power of heaven and earth? Even when considering celestial kings, few could achieve such a feat. Incredible. This feels absolutely incredible. As they collided, Ling Han continued to extract the water dragon's power. It appeared as if they were engaged in an intense battle, yet in reality the water dragon was continuously becoming weaker. If the Southern Cup Rock Sun Water had truly developed intelligence, it definitely wouldn't have battled against Ling Han head-on like it was doing now. After all, would it be that foolish? Unfortunately, however, it had been captured by the ancestor while it was at the most critical moment of developing intelligence. That being the case, it could only foolishly battle against Ling Han. It continued to weaken and Ling Han continued to feel elated. He was brimming with origin power. In fact, if he didn't advance, his Dantian would be too small to contain any more heavenly bodies and any more origin power. Stop! Fu Zhiyuan suddenly shouted. His brows knitted into a frown and he said to Fu Zhengtong, "Attack me with your full power." Fu Zhengtong faltered upon hearing this, yet he immediately came to his senses. Indeed, something seemed off. How could the Southern Cup Rock Sun Water be so weak? It couldn't even suppress a measly severing mundane tier cultivator. He brandished the water dragon and attacked Fu Zhiyuan with his full power. Boom. The water dragon radiated with a powerful might as it gathered the water particles of heaven and earth. However, Fu Zhiyuan was astonished as he blocked this attack. Although the water dragon's attack appeared powerful, in reality, its destructive power was only at the early stage of the fourth severance. He came to a sudden realization. No wonder Ling Han could rival the power of this water dragon. As it turned out, this was a fake water dragon. Southern Cup Rock Sun Water. Chapter 1777. Invitation from Young Master Hai. Ha 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 ha. The onlookers all roared with laughter. After causing so much commotion and giving them such high hopes for the ensuing battle, Fu Zhengtong had immediately become limp and uncompetitive just like that. Meanwhile, Fu Zhiyuan's expression was as dark as could be. What in the world was going on? Perhaps Fu Zhengtong had released the Southern Cup Rock Sun Water for too long, so it was leaking air? Humph. He flicked his sleeves in frustration. If he directly interfered and suppressed Ling Han, others would accuse him of picking on the weak. Sure, there were dividing soul tier elites in Fu Tonghai's branch, but were there no dividing soul tier elites in Fu Gaoyin's branch? The Fu clan had their rules. Battles between the followers of different potential leaders were strictly limited to those at the severing mundane tier. If elites above this cultivation level participated, they would be severely punished by the clan. "Let's go," Fu Siyuan said as he turned around. Fu Jingtong hurriedly followed behind him. He was no stronger than Ling Han, and if he took Ling Han's pseudo-celestial tool into account, he could only hope to achieve victory if he used the Southern Cup Rock Sun Water. Otherwise, how could he avenge his defeat? He dejectedly left with Fu Siyuan. A smile spread across Ling Han's face. He had obtained a huge yield. He returned to his courtyard and immediately entered the Black Tower. He then channeled his cultivation technique under the reincarnation tree, refining the brimming origin power into his flesh and bones. Right now, his accumulation of origin power had already reached the peak stage of the second severance. However, his comprehension of regulations was slightly inferior. As such, he was still unable to advance, meaning that he could only patiently wait. 3 different source powers intertwined inside his body: water, fire, and lightning. The water and fire element source powers were both nurtured and birthed by heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the lightning element source power was obtained from heavenly tribulation fluid. As such, it was fundamentally weaker than the 2 other source powers. That being the case, the fire and water element source powers occupied 90% of the territory, while the lightning element source power only occupied 10% of the territory. Ling Han observed the water element source power. After absorbing most of the essence of the Southern Cup Rock Sun Water, this water element source power had also grown larger by a tiny bit. However, because its level was already so high, this growth seemed to be relatively insignificant. Anyhow, a tiny bit of growth was better than nothing. Perhaps it had only been able to help him reach the first heaven of the Celestial King tier before, yet it was now able to help him reach the second heaven of the Celestial King tier. Of course, this was thinking too far ahead. Ling Han continued to refine the brimming origin power into his blood, flesh, and bones. This was the process of cultivating and tempering his body. Accumulation of origin power would become relatively unimportant after reaching the severing mundane tier, so those who were at this cultivation level would often use their origin power to temper their body. After advancing to the severing mundane tier, it could be said that everyone would become someone who practiced body arts. The only difference was how powerful their physique was. Ling Han stopped and shook his head after refining his origin power for a few hours. Even though there were 2 source powers of heaven and earth within his body, and even though he had the help of the reincarnation tree, it was still incredibly difficult to obtain enough comprehension to advance to the 3rd severance. He would need to wait for at least 1,000 more years. Was this slow? Not at all. For example, Mao Dai was a renowned prodigy, yet it had still taken him a whopping 300 million years to advance from the early stage of the 1st severance to the peak stage of the 3rd severance. Was it possible to advance faster? Of course. One could ingest celestial medicines. Otherwise, one could also enter celestial bath pools like the one in the Han clan. By doing so, one would naturally obtain a steady flow of comprehension. As long as they weren't a fool, their cultivation would naturally rise at an explosive rate. Ling Han sighed with emotion. He already owned numerous paramount treasures, yet if he wanted to rapidly increase his cultivation, he would still need to enter all kinds of ancient sites to look for rare opportunities. He was under far too much pressure. Otherwise, advancing by 1 minor level every 1,000 years was something that even young king tiers like Changsun Liang and Fu Gaoyun would accept with glee. They definitely wouldn't view this speed as slow. Meanwhile, Zhao Peng had sought help from a powerful figure of the Zhao clan, and they had desired to heap pressure onto Ling Han. However, Situ Xiaojun informed the 2 3-star alchemists about this, and they both became incredibly displeased. They immediately complained to the clan leader of the Fu clan, and as a result, the Zhao clan was treated as an example and severely admonished by him. Only at this moment did everyone come to a sudden realization. It was untrue that Ling Han didn't have a powerful background. Instead, he had the support of 2 3-star alchemists. Upon learning of this, no one dared to provoke Ling Han anymore. At the same time, it also caused many members of the Fu clan to think highly of Fu Gaoyun. By obtaining the support of Ling Han, he had essentially obtained the support of 2 great alchemists. This was unfathomably important to Fu Gaoyun's aim of stabilizing his position as a potential successor. In fact, it was also a critical relationship that might help him become the only successor of the Fu clan. Several undecided branches and subordinate forces immediately started to lean toward Fu Gaoyun. In turn, this placed huge pressure on the 3 other potential successors. Fu Gaoyun was naturally overjoyed. He had only become acquaintances with Ling Han because he appreciated his personality. At that time, he hadn't known that Ling Han was also a talented alchemist who would bring him such immense help. In order to thank Ling Han, he became even more enthusiastic as he helped him search for level 20 godly metal. At the same time, he also ordered more people to search for the whereabouts of the Rock Palace. With this significant increase in effort, it wasn't long before they obtained some results. Godly metal could be obtained as long as one had enough money. Meanwhile, news about the Rock Palace was also delivered over from the distance. This news had come from a city that was located near the Boundless Sea. It had come from a merchant who had traveled to the Western Celestial Realm. Indeed, Ling Han was currently located in the Eastern Celestial Realm, while the Rock Palace was situated in the distant Western Celestial Realm. Ling Han was beside himself with emotion upon hearing this news. However, crossing the Boundless Sea was an incredibly dangerous matter. There were countless immortal beasts in the sea. In fact, there were even Celestial King-tier immortal beasts in the sea. With Ling Han's current strength, attempting to cross the sea would be equivalent to seeking death. He had to follow a merchant team. In other words, he had to pay a huge sum of money to cross the sea. However, Ling Han wasn't worried about this cost. Instead, he was worried that money alone wouldn't be enough. No one could guarantee that crossing the sea would be safe. Some powerful forces had opened set routes in the sea, yet even so, they would still tell their passengers that they were liable for their own safety if anything untoward were to happen. If that were to occur, Ling Han would have no option but to seek refuge in the Black Tower. Perhaps he might even be met with grave dangers when he poked his head out again. After mulling over this for a long time, Ling Han decided to cross the sea after he reached at least the Dividing Soul tier. Doing so would increase his safety by a significant amount. Moreover, he had also received immense help from Fu Gaoyun, so it would be incredibly discourteous of him to leave at this moment. After all, departing at this moment would definitely lead to the collapse of Fu Gaoyun's newly obtained support. Ling Han wasn't someone who would leave things unfinished. Coincidentally, he also wanted to see if he could obtain anything during his trip to the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm. If he could find a method to rapidly advance to the third severance, advancing to the Dividing Soul tier wouldn't be a distant matter anymore. Right now, he was waiting for the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm to open. Meanwhile, elites would occasionally go to the Heavenly Dragon Academy to give lectures on Tao. However, most of them were only at the Dividing Soul tier. It was extremely rare for Immortal Palace tier elites to give lectures. Ling Han would occasionally attend these lectures, and this was mainly to gain an understanding of the Dividing Soul tier. Similar to the Severing Mundane tier, one would also need to go to designated locations in the Celestial Realm to advance to the Dividing Soul tier. Otherwise, it was essentially impossible to advance to the Dividing Soul tier. Anyhow, people were forgetful beings, and it wasn't long before the commotion caused by Ling Han quickly died down. After all, he had kept an extremely low profile afterward. Moreover, no one dared to provoke him anyway. Right now, there was someone else whom people would involuntarily curse when they mentioned him. This was none other than the large black dog that wore a pair of iron underwear. This large black dog was far too detestable, and he loved to screw people over left and right. He would commit any evils that he could think of. Moreover, he was extremely slippery and no one could hope to capture him at all. However, it was also because of this that there was an air of mystery about him. He had already become a legend of the academy. To this, Ling Han could only shed a few drops of cold sweat. 1 month later, Ling Han received a visitor. Young Master Han, this humble servant is called Luo Changfeng. This was a stunningly beautiful woman. Moreover, upon seeing her seductive eyes, Ling Han felt a strong urge to leap over and push her down, and then furiously enter her body. Ling Han's heart shuddered. He had a breathtakingly beautiful wife in the Empress, so what woman could still make him lose his control? This woman had practiced charm techniques, so each of her movements was as charming and seductive as could be. Young Master Hai sends his invitation, she said in a sweet voice. Chapter 1778, Persuasion. Young Master Hai? Fu Tonghai? Ling Han came to a sudden understanding. Because of him, Fu Gaoyun was now enjoying an ever-increasing amount of support. Moreover, having the support of 2 3-star alchemists was far too mighty and impressive. It was also because of this that Fu Tonghai was unable to remain calm. If this continued, Fu Gaoyun would definitely become the legitimate successor to the position of clan leader. Ling Han smiled and replied, "I'm not familiar with Fu Tonghai, am I?" "How are you not?" Luo Changfeng asked with a charming and dainty smile. Her smile was as beautiful as 100 flowers in full blossom. Moreover, her charm techniques were extremely high level, and they didn't rely on her selling her body or physically seducing others. Just her movements and her smiles were enough to charm one to the extreme. As long as you can converse, there will naturally be something to talk about, she said. She twirled her hair, revealing a small portion of her smooth and jade-like ear. However, she immediately released her hair to cover it again, and this would make one's mind become itchy with thirst. Ling Han shook his head, saying, "Yeah, maybe not. Young Master Han, are you trying to make things difficult for this humble servant?" Lu Huayu said with an aggrieved expression. Her expression not only elicited sympathy, but it would also rile one's lust. Upon seeing her expression, one would feel a strong urge to grab her body and toy with her beautiful and voluptuous curves. However, Ling Han was completely unfazed. Lu Huayu's charm techniques were indeed powerful, and they perfectly complemented the natural charm of her body. However, he faced the Empress every day, so how could he not endure this kind of temptation? He smiled and said, "Lady Lu, please return." "Young Master Han, are you afraid that your 2 wives will be jealous?" Lu Huayu asked with a silvery laugh. She covered her dainty mouth and she continued, "With young Master Han's godly talent, it won't be excessive even if you have 200 wives, to say nothing of 2 wives. Moreover," her eyes were filled with seduction and she said, "We still haven't done anything, yet." Her words were filled with ambiguity and temptation. They still hadn't done anything yet, so did this mean that they would do something later? Ling Han waved his hand, saying, "Servants, see this visitor away." Lu Huayu hurriedly dashed over and exclaimed, "Young Master Han." She grabbed his arm and lightly swayed it. She then leaned her slender body onto him and she said, "Don't be so heartless. If it's necessary, this humble servant will do anything that you ask." Her eyes were filled with pity, and her lips were as red as flames. It was as if she could be easily sparked by others. Ling Han could clearly feel the firmness of Lu Huayu's breast through his arm, yet he still resolutely pulled it away from her embrace. "Show this guest the door." "Young Master Han," Lu Huayu exclaimed. Her expression faltered, and she immediately wiped the charming expression from her face. At this moment, her expression was filled with seriousness, and it was as if she were an inviolable maiden. This transformation was far too quick, so much so that Ling Han could barely come to his senses. "Young Master Han, as the saying goes, it's in man's nature to strive for better," Lu Huayu said with a smile. She was still smiling, yet her smile didn't give off a shred of charm anymore. The transformation of her aura was simply astounding. As the saying also goes, a fine fowl perches only on a fine tree. Although Fu Gaoyun's reputation is rising, how can he compare to the profound potential and experience of young Master Hai? If young Master Han allies with young Master Hai, that will be an alliance between giants. At that time, the position of future clan leader will definitely go to young Master Hai. Moreover, young Master Hai has also agreed to designate young Master Han as his first subordinate force at that time. In fact, young Master Hai will even allow you to build your own city. Building his own city, this was quite a hefty promise. Of course, Fu Tonghai's promises were one matter, and whether he fulfilled them was another matter altogether. Making empty promises was extremely easy and common. There was definitely no shortage of people who went back on their word. Anyhow, Lu Huayu's words were extremely colorful and extravagant. Ling Han grinned and said, "I'm destined to become a celestial king in the future, so are you perhaps underestimating my value?" Lu Huayu was stunned upon hearing this. She had come across overconfident people before, and she had also come across those who made arrogant claims because they wanted to impress her. Compared to Ling Han, however, their claims were absolutely pathetic. Becoming a celestial king? Gasp. Celestial kings were the most powerful beings in the celestial realm. Just a single shadow of theirs could crush heaven and earth. These were paramount beings the prodigies and king tiers could only look up to. In fact, even as supremely talented as he was, Fu Tonghai only dared to set a goal of reaching the immortal palace tier. Perhaps his luck would be explosive, and he might even have a chance to advance to the ascending origin tier in the future. However, the celestial king tier? He wouldn't dare to even dream of this. Even among holy sons and holy daughters of top-notch sects who had limitless amounts of resources to burn, only fewer than 1 in 10,000 of them would ultimately succeed in becoming a celestial king. Celestials possessed a limitless lifespan, and celestial kings were more so the most powerful beings in the world. According to rumors, they could extinguish their immortals' tribulation with a wave of their hand. These beings were invincible and undying. Even so, only extremely few of them existed in the world. Why was this? This was because it was far too difficult to become a celestial king. Perhaps a new celestial king would only appear once every 100 billion years or 1 trillion years. Thus, Lu Huayu would have simply chuckled in reply if Ling Han had made any other bold claim. However, claiming that he would become a celestial king? She couldn't laugh even if she wanted to. In the celestial realm, celestial kings represented paramount might and invincibility. If one couldn't reach this height, then they could only gaze up in respect and reverence. Lu Huayu faltered for a long while before eventually stammering, "Young Master Han, what an incredible aspiration." However, her words definitely weren't that of praise. Ling Han was only a measly first Severance Junior, and he only had the support of 2 3-star alchemists. Yet, he was actually boasting that he would become a celestial king. If word of this spread, others would definitely treat him as if he were an utter fool. Ling Han's voice was calm and he said, "If Fu Tonghai can help me reach the celestial king tier, I won't mind going over to meet him. Otherwise don't waste my time." Holy **T. Lu Huayu almost slapped him in the face. If Fu Tonghai knew how to become a celestial king, would he still give a toss about becoming the clan leader of the Fu clan? 100 million positions of clan leader wouldn't be worth the position of celestial king. She was truly rendered speechless. When others talked business, they all asked for exorbitant benefits while eventually settling for decent prices. However, Ling Han's request was simply astronomical. How could she reply to him? "Then, this humble servant will ask for young Master Hai's instructions," Lu Huayu said. She finally stood up to leave, and her expression was slightly flustered. This was the first time that she had become so flustered before a man, and this was also the first time that she had failed to convince her target. This was a crushing blow, and she couldn't help but suspect that her charm had weakened. 2 hours later, another person came to visit. This person was none other than Fu Tonghai, one of the 4 potential successors of the Fu clan. He was a charming man, and he was brimming with the demeanor of a king tier. Women would definitely be attracted by him and men would definitely be impressed by him. "I'm Fu Tonghai," he introduced with a loud laugh as he entered Ling Han's courtyard. Ling Han nodded in reply saying, "Brother Hai. Brother Ling, you're a man of great aspirations and coincidentally so am I. Why don't we team up to build a beautiful future?" There was eager anticipation on Fu Tonghai's face as he gazed at Ling Han, and his warm enthusiasm was such that he could easily soften others and cause them to impulsively agree to his requests. It was no wonder that even a seductively charming woman like Lu Huayu was willing to serve him. His demeanor and presence were truly outstanding. Chapter 1779, Fu Tonghai. Ling Han looked at Fu Tonghai again. If he was being honest, this man indeed had a very strong personal charisma, only then would he be able to easily gather the hearts of others. If Ling Han was not a man that was determined to become the strongest in this world, there really might be a possibility that he would be moved, and follow this man and answer his every beck and call, serving him faithfully. However, his aspirations were higher than the heavens, so how could he possibly become someone else's follower? Even in the case of Fu Gaoyun, his relation with Ling Han was only that of friends, and not the relation between a superior and subordinate. But who would believe that? Someone in a superior position had no need for friends. Even if they treated someone very well for the sake of winning their loyalty, at the essence, that was still treating the latter as a subordinate, and not as someone who was their equal. Fu Tonghai could not see through this. Thus, he wished to recruit Ling Han at all costs, yet did not know that this could not possibly succeed, and would only cause dislike to sprout in Ling Han's heart. Ling Han smiled calmly. "I am a man with no great ambitions and only wish to spend my life peacefully. I am afraid I can only disappoint Brother Hai's expectations." Utter crap. What were your words to Lu Huayu? Weren't you planning to become a celestial king? And now you've become a man with no great ambitions? Whom are you trying to deceive? Fu Tonghai's expression involuntarily darkened. Faced with such a stubborn guy like Ling Han, he also felt weary. But Ling Han was too crucial, and directly influenced the inclinations of 2 great alchemists. If he could not manage to get Ling Han over to his side, then it might really be impossible to stop Fu Gaoyun from ascending to the position of the patriarch. It definitely couldn't happen. He tried persuading him again, promised rich rewards, and even used Lu Huayu as his bargaining chip. As long as Ling Han nodded, he could consider gifting such an enchanting, seductive beauty to Ling Han as his concubine. Ling Han's heart involuntarily became filled with disdain. Being able to treat a woman, especially a subordinate that had admired him so long, as a good to be gifted to others meant this person's nature was truly cold. In Fu Tonghai's eyes, there was nothing that was as important as the position of the patriarch. For the sake of rising to this position, there was nothing he could not sacrifice or give up. That was because he could get anything that he had given up 1,000 or 10,000 times back in future. Now Fu Tonghai could give Lu Huayu to him, and in future he could also take her back. In fact, if he had other daughters, wives or the sort, he could take them as well because he could already get rid of him when he was no longer useful. Originally, Ling Han had no intention to have any kind of relations with him, and now his heart was filled with dislike for him. He calmly stated, "I am a little tired, please return." Fu Tonghai's expression became incredibly dark in a flash. He had never been dismissed like this straight to his face. Usually, he would be the one who would be ending a conversation, waving a hand to dismiss others, but now it was he that was being dismissed by another in this manner. It should be known that no matter how impressive you were still just a dog of the Fu clan. This point was applicable to all the subordinate clans and subjects of the Fu clan. Even great alchemists like Situ Tang and Xiang Yan were no exception. Though Fu clan presently treated these two with incomparable respect, and even the Lord Patriarch had to carefully accompany them, the moment the essential profits of the Fu clan were involved, they would definitely give them up without the slightest hesitation. "I've just given you a few compliments and you really think that you are someone important." Fu Tonghai smirked coldly inside his heart. This guy had to have been horribly spoilt by Fu Gaoyun. He really had no idea just how much Fu Gaoyun had sacrificed to be able to recruit this guy under his banner. He immediately made his decision. He would definitely investigate Fu Gaoyun's accounts. If he had sacrificed the benefits of the clan just for the sake of having Ling Han by his side, then he would report him. If it was serious, Fu Gaoyun's status as heir would immediately be removed. Additionally, he looked at Ling Han with a smile and asked, "Brother Han, you are going to the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm as well, right?" Ling Han nodded and said, "Correct. I have been there before, so why don't I tell you about it first, Brother Han? There are many dangers in this Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm, and the slightest carelessness could lead to one losing his life. Thus be careful, very careful." He clapped a hand on Ling Han's shoulder, seeming as if he was giving advice to Ling Han, when in truth, his words were filled with threat. The Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm was too dangerous. Every time it opened, the number of people who died inside were uncountable. You are but a mere second severance, so it would be a very normal thing for you to die inside. Ling Han chuckled. Since this guy was already planning to turn hostile, he did not want to bother to keep up appearances either. He waved him off. "I have always been a fortunate man, so there is no need for you to worry about me. Then pray that you have good luck." Fu Tonghai turned around to leave, his expression becoming incredibly cold and sinister in an instant. He had already decided that he would have his subordinates put all effort into hunting down Ling Han and killing him after they had entered into the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm. In any case, it was a mystery realm. As long as there were no eyewitnesses, who cared if there were a few deaths? Furthermore, Bei Xianming was on poor terms with this person as well. Previously, he had even wanted to make use of him to teach Ling Han a lesson. If they had entered into the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm, how could he keep himself from making a move on Ling Han with such a good chance in front of him? There were too many elites in the lunar sect. Though some of them had not become holy sons and holy daughters, their talent was extremely high, and they had cultivated for who knew how many hundreds of millions of years in the severing mundane tier, hoping to be well prepared. Anyways, there was no longer any limit to their lifespan after advancing into the severing mundane tier, and with how long the path of cultivation was, there was absolutely no need to compete to see who was faster or slower. This kind of person was extremely frightening. It was possible that their battle prowess was a considerable number of times stronger than even that of the holy sons and holy daughters in the same cultivation level. Fu Tonghai was sure that Bei Xianming definitely had no lack of such elites that would follow alongside him into the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm with his identity. Then, as long as he encountered Ling Han, the latter would definitely die without a doubt. That's right, there is also the Shao clan and the Han clan as well. Fu Tonghai suddenly recalled that Ling Han was really a troublemaker. He was only in the severing mundane tier, but he had actually offended a great many 2-star and 3-star forces. The fact that he'd managed to continue living until today was practically a miracle. However, the miracle will be ending now because this time I, Fu Tonghai, will be organizing everything. His killing intent soared. The fate of anyone who was not useful to him naturally was death. Who asked Ling Han to be too useful such that he directly affected the balance of power between the four great heirs. Even if I don't make a move, the other two probably wouldn't be able to remain calm either. A sliver of a cold smirk appeared at the corners of Fu Tonghai's lips. He was referring to Fu Xiaoping and Fu Bingbing. How could these two people not be anxious as well? They had to be anxious. It was just that they should be aware that they could not compete with Fu Gaoyun, and thus simply chose not to recruit Ling Han at all. Wouldn't it be even better to directly kill this guy in the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm with a trap? And that would end the matter once and for all. Ling Han, if you still manage to escape this time around, I will take your surname. He turned his head and glanced at the manor behind him. Then, taking a step forwards with a flutter of his sleeve, he disappeared without a trace. In the main hall, Ling Han was rubbing his chin, feeling slightly wronged. Initially, he had not planned to do anything special when he had come to the Fu clan. His main motive was merely to investigate the whereabouts of the Rock Palace. Why had so many things happened for no reason like this? So strange. Don't think about it. You are just a magnet for trouble. If nothing happened when you went somewhere, that would be truly strange indeed. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden walked to his side, leaning against him. Ling Han wrapped his wife in his arms, smelling the perfume in her hair, and asked, "How can anyone say that about her husband?" The heavenly phoenix divine maiden giggled. Being married to such a man, there was really no need to worry about the lack of color in one's life. Life was always so exciting. "I want it," she said softly by Ling Han's ear, her voice incredibly seductive. Chapter 1780, Purity Sect. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. In this period of time, no other members of the Fu clan came to create trouble for Ling Han. As he thought about it, they should be focusing all their killing intent on the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm. Ling Han was unafraid. At present, though he was still unable to defeat an opponent at the peak stage of the Fourth Severance, his physique was really too strong. Even if a peak stage of Fourth Severance suddenly ambushed him, he could not possibly kill him with a single strike, and there were so many trump cards in his possession: the 9 Heavens Flame, Shenin Source Water, 10 Beast Technique, and so on. Which one of them was any ordinary technique? There was an entry restriction in the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm. Ling Han simply felt that it was a playground specially readied for him, and he only had to concern himself with traveling at his ease. Changsun Liang, Xiao Xing, and the others had come even later than Ling Han. They entered the Heavenly Dragon Academy as well, but they were unable to obtain the qualification to enter into the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm. At least this time they would not have the chance to enter. Ling Han couldn't help but feel rueful. When they were in the Black Moon Sect and Shao clan, which one of them was not an unrivaled prodigious king tier. But now they weren't even able to get an entry slot. No wonder others said that it was better to be a big fish in a small pond rather than a small fish in a big pond. After he and Changsun Liang met once, he boarded a battleship belonging to the Fu clan, getting ready to set out towards the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm. A battleship had been dispatched this time, which showed how much regard the Fu clan had for this journey. That was because there were only 3 such vessels in the entire Fu clan, and each battleship possessed the battle prowess of the peak stage of the Immortal Palace tier, and was one of the strongest trump cards of the Fu clan. The battleship set out, and aside from encountering an elite of the Ascending Origin tier, anyone who dared make a move on it rashly would definitely be turned into bits by the heavy cannons that the vessel was armed with. There were many people on the ship, forming a considerable number of small circles. For example, Ling Han naturally would be together with Fu Gaoyun, and aside from the 10 of them, there were 2 other people. One of them was Fu Xiaoyun. It was very normal for her to be here. As Fu Gaoyun's younger sister, whom was she going to follow if not Fu Gaoyun? And the other was Situ Xiaojin. She was the only granddaughter of a 3-star alchemist, so how easy would it be for her to get hold of an entry slot? And before setting out, the 2 great alchemists had called Fu Gaoyun over, telling him to take good care of Situ Xiaojin. Otherwise they would really burst his N*TS, and guarantee that they would never grow back again. This scared Fu Gaoyun horribly. The 2 great alchemists were definitely not just speaking idle threats. Thus, there was another boss in this room of theirs, and she was indeed a boss. Her mouth was filled with crude words as she teased Fu Gaoyun at one moment, and she would be teasing Fu Xiaoyun in the next, being outrageously brazen. Ling Han and the Empress did not mingle with them and locked themselves in their rooms. Then they entered into the Black Tower, and began comprehending Tao underneath the reincarnation tree. They wanted to increase their strength as much as possible. The ship's speed was astonishing. Only a mere month later, it had already arrived at the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm. This region was a complete wilderness enshrouded in layers of mysterious fog, and the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm lay within. It was said that there was no fog inside. This was a formation that had been laid down by a great sect all those years ago, and it was now incomplete, with its destructive power greatly reduced. There was only a little bit of fog rising in the surroundings, which could only cause confusion, but did not have much destructive power. The true killing intent lay within the mystery realm. The aura and regulations had been left behind by elites in that great war all those years ago, and did not disperse even after uncountable years had passed, being astonishingly terrifying. Someone had deduced that this could possibly have been a celestial king tier-level great sect all those years ago, yet the reason why it had fallen into decline would remain an unsolved mystery. Though the only protective measure left behind to guard the mystery realm was the confusion formation, it still could not be underestimated. Rashly barging in could possibly lead to getting lost. Though one would have managed to enter into the mystery realm, if he encountered chaotic regulations wreaking havoc, that would mean an insta-kill. Thus, they definitely had to enter through the main entrance, reducing the risk as much as possible. After coming to this place, the battleship slowly descended. There was not just a single battleship anchored here, but rather at least 10 of them, and different flags were hung on every single vessel. They were also painted in different colors, but strangely aside from that, these battleships all looked practically the same. After Ling Han asked Fu Gaoyin, he found out that these battleships were not built by the forces themselves, but were rather purchased from outside. Massive military pavilion. This was a 4-star force, yet unlike other great sects and clans, which used battles to expand their territory, they did business, and what they sold were various types of weapons from small-sized swords and bows all the way to large battleships. They were able to forge any kind of battle weapon. The wealth accumulated by the massive military pavilion was enough to cause envy, but there was definitely no force that dared to feel covetous desire towards this wealth. This was a 4-star force. Furthermore, the massive military pavilion earned their profits through selling battle weapons, and they possessed hundreds of ascending origin tier-level battleships. Who dared to rashly start a war with them? Aside from celestial kings, there really was no one that dared to bully them. Lu clan, Beiyu clan, Chenjiao clan, Teng clan, Ancient Rain sect. Purity sect. Fu Gaoyun's eyes swept over the gathered masses, and would pause slightly over each battleship and reveal their origins. When he counted the 6th battleship, he paused for a slightly longer moment, and a strange expression appeared on his face. It was a mix of wariness and longing. I never thought that the Purity sect would have come this time as well. Cheng Zhong's expression was also a little ugly. Ling Han was puzzled and asked, "Is this force very powerful?" "Very strong and very troublesome." Fu Gaoyun shook his head. The Purity sect only accepts female disciples, and all the members of the sect are specialized in the art of seduction. Their opinion is that any problem that could be solved through seduction definitely should not be solved through battle. However, their art of seduction is really very strong, and one would fall for it unconsciously. He sighed. Cheng Zhong laughed loudly. Our young Master Yun is a man who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. Years ago he discovered a celestial medicine that had just taken form in a mystery realm, and it could be considered extremely valuable. In the end, though, there was also a holy daughter of the Purity sect there at the time. She enticed our young Master Yun, and compelled our young Master Yun to surrender that celestial medicine to her readily. Fu Gaoyun involuntarily showed a hint of embarrassed ire, but it was more of an expression of infatuation, as if he was still remembering that holy daughter's tenderness. When he returned to the clan, young Master Yun was harshly reprimanded, and almost lost his succession rights. However, young Master Yun is not the only one who has experienced loss at the hands of the Purity sect. Putting aside our Fu clan, even when it comes to the Lunar sect, whose strength is top grade, their holy son has not experienced just a few losses like this either, Cheng Zhong continued, redeeming a little pride for Fu Gaoyun. Fu Gaoyun's expression became serious and he said, "Brother Ling, you must not be careless. The art of seduction of the Purity sect has long surpassed primitive asterisk, and has advanced to a kind of bearing that will make you unconsciously feel mercy and willingness to sacrifice everything in order to protect the user." He paused and then continued, "Lu Huayu belonged to the Purity sect. However, she is only a discarded disciple. Only now did Ling Han become serious. Lu Huayu was actually just a discarded disciple. It should be known that her art of seduction was already very advanced, and even he sat up and took notice. Going by the look of things, just how frightening were the members of the Purity Sect in the art of seduction, and how strong was the level of mastery of a holy daughter at it. The Purity Sect is different from other forces. They only have a single holy daughter whose name is Ro. No one knows what her surname is, but all address her as Bewitching Maiden Ro, or rather Fairy Ro. There is a legend that says if one could find out her surname, he would be able to become her Tao partner. Because of this legend, it is unknown how many people have investigated everywhere, which shows how extraordinary and bewitching Maiden Ro is. Fu Gaoyun showed a hint of yearning. In the past he had spent a short while with Bewitching Maiden Ro, and this also became the most beautiful memory in his life. Even if he had lost a celestial medicine for the sake of it, he did not regret it in the slightest. Ling Han, though, was filled with a sliver of curiosity. He wanted to see this Bewitching Maiden Ro and find out how astonishing her charms were. Chapter 1781. Flame Control Technique. The Fu clan had a king-tier level heir like Fu Gaoyun, so how could other forces not? Aside from Bewitching Maiden Ro of the Purity Sect, there was also Qianzhao Tian of Qianzhao clan, Beiyu Xiong of Beiyu clan, Lin Fang of the Ancient Rain Sect, and so on. All of them were king tiers of the present generation, prodigies that had attained a flawless severance. There were some among them that had just advanced to the severing mundane tier, but there were also some that were already supreme king tiers that had reached the peak stage of the fourth severance, their battle prowess being the strongest beneath the dividing soul tier. Though Ling Han was confident, his present battle prowess could only match a normal severance at the early stage of the fourth severance. Middle stage was forcing it a little, and he would definitely be no match for an opponent in the late stage, what more someone at the peak stage who had achieved a flawless severance. Not a match, but it was not so much that he would lose. His physique was the true basis of his strength. Hopefully I don't come into conflict with them, especially that bewitching maiden. Fu Gaoyun forced out through gritted teeth. Yet, unknowingly he showed a sliver of longing in his expression. Clearly, this was still an image that had yet to be erased from his heart. Qianzhao Tian is here, Fairy Ro, could you please grant me an audience? A person suddenly leaped out of the battleship and stood proudly in midair. This drew the curiosity of others. The name of Bewitching Maiden Ro could be claimed to be known all throughout the world. Putting aside the fact that juniors would be curious about her charms, there were many that wished to keep her as mistress even among the senior generation. There was a legend that said that Bewitching Maiden Ro was the most outstanding holy daughter of the Purity Sect in history, and was also the most enchanting one at the same time. Even the present sect leader of the Purity Sect, Nan Suyu's beauty was slightly inferior to hers. It should be known that when Nan Suyu had been a holy daughter, she had been known as the highest fairy. Even a great many prodigies of 4-star forces had fallen in love with her, though not one had managed to win her heart. And even now, when there were more than 100 3-star forces around them, Nan Suyu was still firmly holding on to the position of the most beautiful woman, and only now did it seem like Bewitching Maiden Ro was about to replace her. She was more beautiful than even Nan Suyu, so how enchanting could she be? Thus, as long as one had an interest in the area of romantic relations, what elite did not want to capture Bewitching Maiden Ro, and keep her as mistress? More importantly, how enticing were the words, bewitching maiden? Who did not want to give it a shot personally? At first, no sound emerged from the Purity Sect's battleship. After a while, a woman in white stood at the bow of the ship. She was as beautiful as a divine fairy, and had a kind of bearing that could make one's heart flutter, and uncontrollably wish to give his all to her. This is Bewitching Maiden Ro. She is indeed breathtakingly exquisite, astonishingly beautiful, and very bewitching. PFF, you people really have too little insight. How could this possibly be her? Bewitching Maiden Ro is 100 times more beautiful than she is, and 10,000 times more bewitching than her. I am really about to die laughing. Ling Han nodded internally. Though this woman in white was also very beautiful and bewitching, compared to Lu Huayu, she could only be considered slightly superior. If even this could have made Fu Gaoyun incapable of forgetting about her, reaching the point of even surrendering a celestial medicine to her willingly, then Fu Gaoyun's tastes would have been really a bit too low. And it would have been very simple if Fu Tonghai had wanted to deal with him. He would only have had to send Lu Huayu, and she could have completely entranced Fu Gaoyun to the point of forgetting himself with a little effort. The woman in white opened her mouth, her voice crisp and extremely enchanting. Our holy daughter has said that she is presently studying a secret technique from an ancient period. However, the secret technique is incomplete, and she is unable to distinguish it completely. If young Master Qianzhao wishes to see our holy daughter, you will have to decode these incomplete chants, and then the holy daughter would definitely treat you as an esteemed guest. Qianzhao Tian paused slightly, then laughed loudly and said, "All right, I accept this challenge." This was a test from Bewitching Maiden Ro. Without you having enough comprehension ability and innovation, she wasn't even willing to spare the time to see you. And this was also a test that was targeted at the heir of a clan. If it had been anyone else, it was probable that even this woman in white could not possibly have emerged. The others also felt an inclination and approached, similarly saying that they were willing to accept this challenge. The woman in white seemed to have been long since prepared. Adian drew out a thick stack of papers. She would distribute one to each person that approached. Fu Gaoyun could not help himself and went to collect a piece too. When he returned he said, "I am purely interested in the ancient technique only and want to solve it. It's not because I want to meet that so-called bewitching Maiden Ro." Everyone chuckled. Who would believe that? You fucking have an expression that says you are dying to meet your dream lover. Fu Gaoyun did not think quietly and earnestly on his own either. Instead, he had someone write down the incomplete chant again and distributed it to the rest, gathering everyone's intelligence to help him solve the problem. Ling Han also approached for a look. This was indeed an incomplete technique, and there were a total of 10 verbal chants. 7 of them were complete while the remaining 3 were incomplete. The empty spots had been marked with circles. Every letter was represented with a circle, and the most incomplete chant even had a total of 7 circles. Something like technique involved one's grasp and use of regulations. The slightest carelessness could cause one to suffer a self-injury, so not even one letter could be allowed to be wrong. Otherwise it would only be seeking one's own death. This was very similar to a pill recipe, and just how many years had Situ Tang and Xiang Yan spent to restore a 3-star ancient pill recipe? More than 100 million years. Furthermore, one only had to see whether the alchemical pill had been successfully refined to know if a pill recipe had been restored correctly. It was a different story for a cultivation technique. If you cultivated wrong, then you could possibly become mad. In the best case scenario, it could cause damage to your life force, and in the worst case you could directly set off on your way to the underworld. Ling Han immediately showed a hint of surprise because he realized that when his eyes swept over that chant on the piece of paper, the 9 heavens flame released a powerful flicker. What was going on? This is a flame control technique, and that is why it has drawn out the 9 heavens flame. Small Tower suddenly spoke up. It is one matter for you to obtain the source power of the heaven and earth, but exactly how much might you can release is another story. Ling Han nodded. This was like how 2 people were similarly in the Genesis tier, but one had stronger comprehension ability of cultivation, and could release 100% of his strength, while the other could only release 70%. There would be a very significant gap in battle prowess of the 2. It was the same for the 9 heavens flame. At present, Ling Han could only either release the 9 heavens flame or instill it in a certain technique, but he had not purposely developed a secret technique for the sole purpose of using the 9 heavens flame. The ancestral flames of the heaven and earth had not just appeared now. Furthermore, he was definitely not the only person who had gained an ancestral flame. Clearly, there had long since been others among the worthy predecessors that had captured the 9 heavens flame before, and had developed a secret technique according to its unique traits. The 9 heavens flame is an ancestral flame and the source of all fire. This flame control technique has astonishing value to anyone that cultivates the element of fire, enough to improve their grasp and control of the fire element of the heaven and earth a great amount. Small Tower judged and then said, "You must get hold of this secret technique." Without these words from it, Ling Han had already decided to take a peek. However, this was only an incomplete chant, and was furthermore presently in someone else's possession. It was not something that could be gotten hold of just because he said so. Ling Han studied these chants in detail, and a strange thing happened. When he read the few complete chants and then came to the incomplete chants, those multiple gaps actually became letters, automatically restoring the chants. He had a feeling that this was absolutely correct. This 9 heavens flame actually has a connection with the person who has invented these chants. Small Tower said with some surprise. Chapter 1782, Restoring the Chants. What do you mean? Ling Han asked. There are a total of 9 ancestral flames in the celestial realm. In theory, this number would not change. If any of the ancestral flames is extinguished, only then would the heaven and earth give rise to a new ancestral flame, Small Tower began to explain. According to my deduction, an elite managed to capture the 9 heavens flame all those years ago, and created a flame control technique. However, this elite later died and the 9 heavens flame was also extinguished. Yet, there was a sliver of the 9 heavens flame that remained, and after innumerable years, it began to burn again, becoming the new 9 heavens flame. Because this is only a remaining sliver, the flame control technique from years ago is still branded on it, but it is possibly no longer complete. However, through reference to this secret technique, it finally formed a complete technique again. This was very logical. Otherwise, it could not be explained how Ling Han could have seen the chant that should not have existed. Unfortunately, this was only a single piece of paper that contained a mere 10 verbal chants. A thought flashed in Ling Han's head. It looked like he definitely had to meet this bewitching maiden Ro. On the other side, Fu Gaoyun and the others were all scrambling their brains, thinking hard. Putting aside the fact that Fu Gaoyun had kept bewitching maiden Ro in his mind all this while, the others were also filled with anticipation, wanting to see for themselves just how exquisite and enchanting bewitching maiden Ro was. This was a great beauty that was filled with legend, a beautiful witch and an exquisite femme fatale. Ling Han shook his head secretly. Anyone that was capable of capturing the 9 heavens flame, aside from someone very lucky like him, had to be a celestial king tier to be able to accomplish this feat, and one that could create a secret technique that could control the ancestral flame could only be a celestial king without a doubt. You guys were merely a few severing mundane tiers. If they actually managed to restore the incomplete technique of a celestial king tier, he really would refuse to believe it. Even if they were already standing on the shoulder of a giant, and had a ready chant which they could study, the difficulty level of this task was like reaching for the heavens. Putting aside them, even if it was a few celestial kings, they would have to spend immeasurable time to be able to completely restore this incomplete chant. Furthermore, it might not be the same as the original either. As Ling Han deduced it, bewitching maiden Ro had also obtained this technique accidentally, and had completely no idea how valuable it was. Otherwise, she would definitely not have dared to take it out to be studied by everyone. If this was discovered by someone who actually knew what it was, it would be enough reason to spark off a war. Thankfully, there were only 10 verbal chants, and that was not enough to distinguish the fact that this was actually a celestial king technique. Ling Han did not immediately speak up. This was too freakish, wasn't it? You knew what the incomplete parts of the chant were just from a single glance? Were you planning to scare the others to death? 3 days passed and not a single person could think through what the incomplete technique was. In fact, they couldn't even fill in a single letter. Otherwise, if it was placed together with the other chants, they would probably be treated with disdain. At this time, Ling Han finally took out the incomplete chant that had the blanks filled in, and handed it to Fu Gaoyun so that he could bring it over to the Purity Sect. Will this work? Fu Gaoyun was unsure. Though he admired Ling Han very much, so many prodigies had not had the slightest bit of advancement after so many days, and you actually declared that you had solved it completely? It naturally would cause doubt. Ling Han broke into a smile and said, even if it's wrong, it's fine, right? Anyways, isn't it just an attempt? When Fu Gaoyun thought about it, this was reasonable. Thus, he took the incomplete chant, and ran over to the Purity Sect's battleship to hand it in. However, nothing was heard even after half a day had passed. Fu Gaoyun naturally thought that it had not passed, so could only sigh despondently and continue the struggle. He earnestly began to study again. But it was just at this time that the woman in white that had appeared a few days ago came over elegantly to ask for an audience. After she was granted permission, she delicately bowed to Fu Gaoyun and said, "Young Master Fu, our holy daughter invites you over." It really passed. Fu Gaoyun was stunned for a moment, and then immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes." At this moment he did not have the slightest bit of reservedness. "Count me in," Ling Han said with a smile. He had helped Fu Gaoyun because he wanted to see the full flame control technique. The woman in white immediately showed a hint of displeasure. "Who the hell are you?" Fu Gaoyun was also stuck in a dilemma. Being able to get an invitation from bewitching maiden Ro was already an incredible honor, so how could he bring himself to express the desire to bring someone else along with him? But the issue here was that this problem had actually been resolved by Ling Han, so how could he kick him to the curb now that he's outlived his usefulness? A thought moved in Ling Han's head and he said, "I have been abrupt. consider that I have not said anything. The fact that Bewitching Maiden Ro would invite Fu Gaoyun over had to be because she wanted him to continue restoring the incomplete technique. Did Fu Gaoyun have this ability? In the end, they would still come back to beg him. Of course, if this cultivation technique really only had 3 chants that were incomplete, Ling Han could only resign himself to his poor luck. In future, he would have to think of some way to get the full cultivation technique from the hands of Bewitching Maiden Ro. Fu Gaoyun instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Ling Han would insist, but he did not want to damage the relations between himself and Ling Han. Otherwise, he would really be willing not to visit Bewitching Maiden Ro instead. He knew the importance of this matter, or he would not have been qualified to become one of the 4 heirs of the Fu clan in the first place. The woman in white glanced coldly at Ling Han, expressing a strong disdain. She did not make sound and led Fu Gaoyun towards the battleship of the Purity Sect. Ling Han crossed his legs, unconcerned. He had a card up his sleeve. After waiting a few hours, that woman in white had indeed returned, and so did Fu Gaoyun. His forehead was covered in sweat and he looked a little embarrassed. Ling Han could guess that Bewitching Maiden Ro had to have taken out the incomplete Celestial King technique, and asked Fu Gaoyun to continue restoring the technique, but how could Fu Gaoyun possibly have that kind of ability? He could only reveal the truth. Thus, he was naturally embarrassed as he had taken the credit for someone else's effort. "Brother Ling, come, let's go and meet Fairy Ro together," Fu Gaoyun called out the moment he came in. Ling Han shook his head and replied, "Not interested." Why are you uninterested now? Previously, didn't you say yourself that you wanted to go? Though people were prone to change, you changed a little too quickly, hadn't you? Our holy daughter has invited you and you're putting on airs? The woman in white asked without being the slightest bit reserved. She had seen who knew how many young king tears, but any of them would immediately scramble over when they heard that they were summoned by Bewitching Maiden Ro, and would always treat her very politely. Are you the heir of a noble clan? Are you the holy son of a great sect? And you are actually putting on airs? You really have no awareness of your own status. Ling Han did not even raise his head, and only waved a dismissive hand. He said, "Just going by this attitude of yours, ho-ho? We'll speak again when you have understood what kind of attitude should be maintained when you have a request to make." Realization dawned on Fu Gaoyun. No wonder Ling Han had changed so suddenly. As it turned out, he had been irked by this woman in white. He communicated a message through divine sense. "Brother Ling, don't fall to the same level as this woman. What if you overreach yourself and we aren't able to meet Bewitching Maiden Ro? You don't know, this woman is really the most exquisite of the highest grade." What a dumb teammate, his will was really too weak. Ling Han ignored him and only closed his eyes in rest. He was too sure of himself. When Bewitching Maiden Ro saw the incomplete chant that had been restored, she would definitely be anxious to see the whole cultivation technique completely restored. Thus, the initiative was grasped in his hands. He indeed did not want to drop down to the same level as this woman in white, but there was no reason that he would be bossed around either. Humph. The woman in white was proud too and directly turned around and left. Sigh. Fu Gaoyun sighed but did not set off to pursue her. Faced with a choice of either his brother or a beautiful woman, he still chose the former. Yet, Ling Han smiled and said, "Would you believe it? Not too long after she will come back." Chapter 1783, Bewitching Maiden Ro. Fu Gaoyun naturally wouldn't believe him. Bewitching Maiden Ro had very great airs. It was rare that she was willing to invite someone to see her, yet you directly ignored the messenger. Who would pay you any further regard? However, Fu Gaoyun would not say these words right in front of Ling Han, and could only smile bitterly. Thanks to Ling Han, he had already seen Bewitching Maiden Ro once. Though he still wanted to see her a second and third time, he had still seen her after all, so there was no need for any regrets. Yet, a while later the woman in white was seen coming back. This time, her face was plastered with a smile, and when she saw Ling Han, she curtsied slightly and delicately said, "My name is Jianghu. Previously I have offended young master. Please do not remember my fault, young master. As long as young master is willing to forgive me, you may beat or scold me as you like." Fu Gaoyun's mouth suddenly gaped widely, his eyes wide, stuck in complete disbelief. This was the personal female attendant of Bewitching Maiden Ro, and she really could be considered very proud. She did not even pay much regard to him, an heir of the Fu clan, but now actually said that Ling Han could beat her or scold her as he liked. This was too much of an exaggeration, right? Gasp. He was also a smart man, and so immediately realized that the cultivation technique that Bewitching Maiden Ro had taken out for them to restore was extraordinary. Otherwise, he could not have imagined any reason that Bewitching Maiden Ro would have this female attendant bow her head. Later he definitely had to tell Ling Han that he should not just be occupied with restoring the cultivation technique, but would have to memorize this cultivation technique completely as well. It was too important. Ling Han smiled faintly and asked, "Without rhyme or reason, why should I beat or scold you?" "Young master," the woman in white directly knelt down and lowered her upper body. From Ling Han's position, he could clearly see through to the stretch of snow white at her collar, as well as those two slightly rounded parts. Though only a bit was revealed, it would linger in memory and fill a man with the urge to see even more. Ho, she was using a charm technique on him? Ling Han closed his eyes, not even wanting to speak any further. "Young master, I really recognize my mistake." When the woman in white saw this, her expression changed repeatedly. Previously, when she had returned to make her report, she had been reprimanded by Bewitching Maiden Ro, who commanded that she definitely had to be polite to Ling Han, and she was to invite him over at all costs. But she was still very defiant, and thought that she only had to use her charm technique, and Ling Han would definitely give in to her obediently. This time she knew that she had completely read Ling Han wrongly, and was so scared that she began to repeatedly kowtow. "Young master is a magnanimous man, so please spare me." Ping ping ping. Her forehead knocked endlessly on the floorboards, creating a very loud sound. Ling Han was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Since she had already bowed her head and admitted her fault, and furthermore, it was only disdaining him for a short while previously, he did not bother about her too much. His slender figure rose and he said, "Fine then. I will go meet with your Sect's holy daughter." Fu Gaoyun couldn't help but give him a thumbs up mentally. Usually, it would only be others that would be begging to meet Bewitching Maiden Ro. When had it been that Bewitching Maiden Ro would turn around to beg someone to meet her? Impressive. The Empress walked over. She too wanted to meet this Bewitching Maiden Ro and see how she compared with herself. At first, the woman in white wanted to stop her, but after taking a look at Ling Han, she obediently closed her mouth. It was best not to offend Ling Han now. The four of them flew over to the Purity Sect's battleship together. On the great ship, there were a great many women patrolling. Because the woman in white was leading them, none of them called them to a halt and asked their business. After boarding the vessel, they soon arrived in front of the largest room inside. "Please wait for a while," the woman in white said. She delivered a knock on the doors to the room, and a languid voice rang out from within after a while. "Come in." This voice was very low, but it could be clearly heard. It was like being scratched by a kitten, causing an itch in the heart of anyone who heard this voice. There was no need to see the actual speaker. Merely this voice alone could enchant the senses, and cause one's mind to be filled with endless fantasies. What kind of enchanting beauty was this? The woman in white pushed the doors open, and then extended her hand to Ling Han and his companion to show them the way in. Fu Gaoyun was the first to enter, while Ling Han and the Empress walked in together. The moment they entered, they saw a woman who was presently lying on top of a massive rattan chair. She was wearing a pale yellow long skirt, her complexion snow white, and her beautiful face was astonishingly exquisite. Compared to the Empress, she was only slightly inferior. However, her eyes were really too seductive, as if they had a life of their own, or as if they could talk and showed her soul, causing one's heart to beat faster. Since she was lying down, she naturally was not wearing shoes or any socks. She revealed two beautiful dainty feet that were as smooth as jade, her toenails all pink. That was not because she had painted them, but due to their natural appearance. However, most of the beautiful legs were hidden within her long skirt, and only a small bit was revealed. Yet it was more enchanting like this. And Ling Han could confirm through this one look that she was definitely a great beauty. Though her beauty was inferior compared to Hunyo and the Empress, the charm technique that she had cultivated greatly increased her personal charm, so in truth she was not too far behind either. No wonder that whether it was Fu Gaoyun and other such young king tiers, or elites from the older generation, they all wished to keep her as their mistress. If Ling Han had still been a lonely bachelor, he too might have begun to fiercely court this woman as well. But now, he withdrew his gaze, his eyes clear. He sat down with the Empress, their hands still holding together. This was practically a torture to singles. Bewitching Maiden Ro couldn't help but feel surprised. It was not that she had not seen men pretend to be reserved in front of her, but which one of them had been truly reserved? Hadn't they all just wanted to deliberately draw her notice, and were just taking the opposite route? She had seen many men of this type, so she was unperturbed by their tricks. But Ling Han did not appear to be putting on a pretense of reservedness. His eyes were too frighteningly clear. Otherwise, no matter how much he pretended, she would still be able to see *** in his eyes. Just take Fu Gaoyun, who was sitting by his side, as an example. Though he was a king tier of the present generation, he was still unable to conceal his desire. So this is Ling Han, young Master Ling? Her face bore a faint smile, not as proud as the Empress, nor as clingy as Hun Yo, yet it contained strongly her personal charisma in her expression. Ling Han nodded and said, "I am Ling Han. I heard that young Master Ling helped young Master Fu to restore that incomplete chant?" Bewitching Maiden Ro asked. Ling Han did not want to bother wasting time on trivialities with her, and said, "If you want me to help you restore the entire technique, I can. Take out that cultivation technique and allow me to study it slowly." This Bewitching Maiden Ro showed a hint of hesitation. She had obtained that cultivation technique in coincidental circumstances, but because it was unbearably incomplete, she did not dare to cultivate it rashly. Otherwise, the consequences would be extremely severe. The higher the grade of the celestial technique, the more dangerous it was. But she had a feeling that this cultivation technique was very extraordinary. She did not mind taking out a single page for others to study. In any case, it was only a single page. No one could possibly infer the previous contents or the contents after through this one page, but if she took out the entire cultivation technique, that would have too many implications. But if it could not be restored completely, it would be useless even if she guarded the cultivation technique firmly. Thus, after a long moment of thought, she still nodded slowly and said, "All right." She glanced at Ling Han, slightly angry. This guy actually didn't even want to bother talking with her, and instead wanted to immediately begin restoring the cultivation technique. She was really about to die from fury? What an insensitive blockhead. Chapter 1784. Give yourself then. Bewitching Maiden Ro pushed herself up with her hands. It was only a single action, but it fully displayed the elegance and languid nature that was purely feminine. Her hair of black locks cascaded like a waterfall, revealing one side of her exquisite face. Fu Gaoyun instantly stared dumbly at her. Ling Han felt rueful. No wonder Fu Gaoyun was even willing to surrender a celestial medicine to her wholeheartedly at the time. This bewitching maiden was really a huge calamity. There were definitely not many men that could withstand her charisma. However, if the Empress was willing to open her mouth, it was guaranteed that even women would be captivated to dizziness by her. Bewitching Maiden Ro's action was very slow, exhibiting the enticement of the body to the fullest, but when she saw that Fu Gaoyun was practically about to salivate, while Ling Han was completely unmoved, the surprise in her heart increased even more. Could it be that she really had to actively use her charm technique to be able to lure this guy? Her use and grasp of charm techniques had already reached perfection, and would not fall into disadvantage. What the charm techniques compounded on was her personal charisma, and not something as simple as making the target feel a need in that particular area. For men that saw her, what they wanted more was to possess her, and not to impatiently take her for their own. But why were charm techniques called charm techniques? When she actively used her charm techniques, the enticement it rendered on men was fatal. They would be filled with an urge to possess her at all costs, and when it had really reached that time, she would take advantage of the opening to make her move, so it was naturally very easy for her. Bewitching Maiden Ro's delicate hand shook, and an ancient book appeared on the table. It was very seriously damaged and should have been corroded by the power of time. "Young Master Fu as well as this little sister, please withdraw," Bewitching Maiden Ro said. She feared that these two people would memorize the cultivation technique. If Ling Han was unable to restore it, they could still bring the incomplete technique and find another to help them. Fu Gaoyun did not say another word. He immediately stood up, turned, and exited the room. He could even surrender a celestial medicine to her wholeheartedly, so what was a mere cultivation technique worth to him? The Empress ignored her, though, and only cast a disdainful glance at Bewitching Maiden Ro. She wanted to boss her around? This little sister. Bewitching Maiden Ro fixed her eyes on the Empress, and her gaze involuntarily became tense. What a perfect figure. Furthermore, though her face was veiled, her noble and poised demeanor was still hard to conceal, filling others with the desire of wanting to kneel at her feet and worship her. Shock filled her heart. It should be known that she was a woman herself, and had cultivated charm techniques at that, so her will was incredibly strong. And even with all this, she actually felt the impulse to kneel at the other woman's feet and worship her. Just how strong was this woman's charm? "Little sister, how should I address you?" she asked, thinking, could it be that this woman has also cultivated some kind of charm technique, and that was why my heart was beating faster? The Empress stretched out a hand and knocked on the back of the chair as she said, "Call me big sister." Bewitching Maiden Ro couldn't help but feel angry. She was the holy daughter of the Purity Sect. Furthermore, she was the only heir. In the future, she was definitely going to become the sect leader of the Purity Sect, and take possession of a 3-star force, and you actually wanted her to call you a big sister. "Little sister, you have very strong self-confidence," she stated slowly. The Empress only cast her a sidelong glance. If the other party didn't call her big sister, she couldn't even feel bothered to talk with her. Fuck, she had actually been ignored. Bewitching Maiden Ro was dumbfounded. What was wrong with this world? An exquisite calamity like her would actually experience being ignored? She was about to say something else, but when she saw that Ling Han was already flipping through the ancient book, she forcibly closed her mouth. She definitely could not afford to disturb Ling Han now. Ling Han flipped through very quickly, and wherever his eyes passed, the 9 heavens flame would flicker, and then those missing letters would appear one after another. The majority of the text was very normal, but there was also some that was incredibly ancient. In fact, it couldn't even be called text. There was only one symbol, the symbol of Great Tao. This could only be inscribed by supreme elites, and others would not be able to form this kind of symbol in their minds at all. This required a very high comprehension of Great Tao. This kind of symbol could suppress the heaven and earth in lock time. Thus, not one of these symbols on the ancient book had been damaged. In truth, it was precisely because of these symbols that this ancient book had managed to last for so many years. Otherwise, it would have long since been corroded and turned into nothing. Ling Han quickly flipped through once. He closed his eyes, and the whole cultivation technique instantly appeared in his mind, exuding the light of Great Tao. If he presently shirked and said that he could not restore it, he would be able to possess this celestial king cultivation technique alone. However, he was not that kind of person. He was not someone who could kick someone to the curb when they outlived their usefulness. Moreover, even if others obtained it, they would only be capable of controlling the normal fire element of heaven and earth, but he was able to control the 9 heavens flame. There was absolutely no comparison in might between the two. Thus, after pondering a while, he drew out pen and paper and began writing on it. The letters flowed smoothly, but when he reached those symbols of Great Tao, Ling Han could not copy them, and could only indicate which page of the original book they were on. He wrote very quickly, and after slightly over an hour, a whole cultivation technique was already complete. That's all. Bewitching Maiden Ro couldn't help but feel stunned. She had also passed this cultivation technique to be viewed by her master, who was the sect leader of the Purity Sect, Nan Suyu, but the latter had not written a single letter even after many years of studying. This was the fruit of the heart and blood of a celestial king, and a mere immortal palace tier wanted to restore it? She had to be joking. But Ling Han actually finished it after using only half a day's time. This was too astonishing. It can't be that you were only writing randomly, right? Bewitching Maiden Ro took the manuscript over and hurriedly flipped through it. The more she read, the more shocked she felt, and also the more excited. This was clearly, undoubtedly, and definitely the complete cultivation technique. If she was asked to create a celestial king technique, that was an absolutely impossible feat, but if it was merely to distinguish the authenticity of a cultivation technique, she was at least 90% confident. That was because if something was off with the cultivation technique, it would naturally be sluggish as she went over it in her mind. Prodigy. No, how could this be anything as simple as a prodigy? She didn't even know what words she could use to describe him. She only knew that this cultivation technique was very amazing, but was not clear that this was actually a celestial king secret technique. Otherwise, she would definitely be twice as stunned. However, it was really a coincidence. Otherwise, whichever other cultivation technique it was guaranteed that Ling Han could not possibly think through a single letter even if he spent a few 100 million years. But who asked things to be really so coincidental? Young Master Ling, I will remember this favor. Bewitching Maiden Ro smiled beautifully. This was really a huge favor. Even if she gave him a few celestial medicines, it would not be enough to repay this favor. If she knew that this was a celestial king technique, then she would really have no idea how she was to express her thanks. There is no need to remember. Just give yourself then, the Empress suddenly spoke up. Bewitching Maiden Rose suddenly showed a hint of embarrassment, but her beautiful face was still all smiles as she said, "This little sister is really fond of her jokes. However, if I really did marry young Master Ling, wouldn't little sister have to worry?" Worry about what? Naturally, worry about Ling Han's soul favor. As a woman that was so beautiful and alluring, she was practically a witch that was capable of luring others to their deaths with her charm. What man would cast another woman a second look once they had her? This was a counter-checkmate. The Empress was unmoved and said, "That cultivation technique will become your dowry. Come, let's go." "You really took it seriously, huh?" Bewitching Maiden Rose's expression stiffened and she said, "This little sister, you should know when to stop your jokes." Yet the Empress was insistent. "Husband, grab her." Chapter 1785, 9 Revolutions Charm Physique. Ling Han was puzzled. Why did the Empress suddenly create trouble? She was indeed overbearing in her ways, but would never create trouble willfully. However, this was the battleship of the Purity Sect, and who knew how many elites occupied this ship? If they kidnapped her forcefully, wasn't that merely courting death? Moreover, this holy daughter might be an elite of the Fourth Severance, so who would be capturing whom? Forget it, wife. Ling Han pulled on the Empress's hand. Only then did the Empress fall silent, looking like she was not going to lower herself to her level. Bewitching Maiden Rose almost exploded with fury. She was actually being looked down on. If this was another person, she would not be concerned at all, but the Empress's aura was too overbearing, and it also seemed like her beauty could surpass the ancients and dazzle contemporaries, causing her to think of the Empress as a fierce rival. This kind of disdain gave her enormous pressure. "See them away." She waved a hand dismissively, panting with rage. Ling Han and the Empress exited, and Fu Gaoyun was waiting at the doors. When he saw the two of them come out, he hurriedly asked, "How is it?" "Not bad," Ling Han answered casually, making entirely no mention of the matter that had happened just now. Fu Gaoyun immediately sighed in relief, and wished to enter and bid Bewitching Maiden Rose farewell, yet the woman in white blocked his way and coldly said, "Our holy daughter is about to rest. Young Master Fu, please leave." Fu Gaoyun was immediately crestfallen, but it would not be proper for him to use force either. Thus, he could only leave gloomily with Ling Han and the Empress. But the fact that Fu Gaoyun had managed to repeatedly board the ship was seen by others, and all of them took special notice of Fu Gaoyun. Could it be that Bewitching Maiden Rose was viewing him in a new light? Otherwise, why would she treat him so favorably? When they returned to their own battleship, Ling Han and the Empress entered into their room. He immediately asked, "Is there something wrong with that bewitching maiden?" The Empress smiled beautifully and replied, "Husband, you must obtain her." Ling Han sweated like mad. His wife was actually using such a determined expression and tone to tell him to pursue another woman. No matter how he thought about it, it was very weird. He already had enough love debts on his plate and he really had no wish to have more. "Why?" he asked. Though the Empress had previously expressed the intention to take Lin Yuro into his harem, that was only mere teasing. However, looking at the Empress's current expression, she was being serious. "She has the 9 Revolutions Charm Physique." The Empress's expression was serious. Then she added, "A divine fetus." Divine fetus. Only then was Ling Han stunned and showed a hint of shock in his expression. Even in the celestial realm, divine fetus was not something common, but rather pitifully rare. It was said that Fu Xiaoyun herself was a divine fetus, but Ling Han had not discovered any special trait in her no matter how hard he tried. And now the Empress actually said that Bewitching Maiden Rose was a divine fetus. "Trust me," the Empress said with absolute certainty. "This is something that the memories in my bloodline have told me, and the 9 Revolutions Charm Physique is an extremely rare type of inheritance that could only be born from an 8 Revolutions Charm Physique. The Empress should be a descendant of some celestial king. After obtaining a slightly more complete 9 Deaths Heaven art, her bloodline inheritance had been awoken, and she had gained some other memories that did not belong to her. This was knowledge about some supreme cultivation techniques, supreme inheritance, and supremely dangerous locations of the celestial realm. The 9 Revolutions charm physique belonged to a very special category among divine fetuses because only an 8 Revolutions charm physique could give birth to the former, and that was only a possibility. It was also possible that the offspring born would not inherit the charm physique, and then she would only be limited to 8 revolutions. Above 8 revolutions was 7 revolutions, and above 7 revolutions was 6 revolutions. Just think, not only would the time expended through these many generations be incredibly long, no mistake could be allowed either. Otherwise, wherever there was a lapse in the inheritance of the charm physique, there would naturally be no possibility of the birth of a 9 revolutions charm physique. For example, Gu Daoyi had used 10 lives to form a supreme divine fetus, and the difficulty of forming a 9 revolutions charm physique actually surpassed that. With such thought, Ling Han immediately felt that Bewitching Maiden Ro was very amazing. It was no wonder that her charm techniques were so strong. She was a 9 revolutions charm physique, a divine fetus. But even if she is a divine fetus, Ling Han scratched his head, there was still no need to capture her to become his wife. Dual cultivation with a 9 revolutions charm physique would create a resonance with the Tao of heaven and earth, and in the future, it may be possible to even birth a natural manifestation of heavenly Tao, a child that can naturally merge with great Tao, the Empress said. So amazing. Ling Han thought for a moment, yet still shook his head and smilingly said, "So what? I believe in my own strength and I do not need something like dual cultivation." He embraced the Empress, kissing her tender and beautiful rose-like lips. The Empress was elated, and her arms wrapped around Ling Han's head and neck as she kissed him back earnestly. "Come, let's dual cultivate." Ling Han lifted the Empress into his arms, and entered into the Black Tower. All of a sudden he very much desired her. After a bout of clinging to each other, Ling Han taught the flame control technique to the Empress. Though he was unable to copy those unique symbols of great Tao, the Empress had seen them with her own eyes previously, so it was no problem. The two of them discussed this secret technique underneath the reincarnation tree, and the heavenly phoenix divine maiden was unable to cut into their conversation. She could only lean against Ling Han's side, slightly resentful. At present she was unable to help Ling Han in the slightest. Ling Han and the Empress were both people of astonishing natural talent, and they very quickly developed a considerable grasp over this secret technique. However, no matter how strong the Celestial King technique was, it would still be limited by their cultivation level, and could not possibly help them. Cultivators only at the second severance show the battle prowess of the dividing soul tier. They exited the Black Tower and began to use it practically. If they were in the Black Tower, the regulations unique to the Black Tower existed, and all cultivation techniques were based on the regulations of the great Tao of the outside world, so it was completely inappropriate to use them inside the Black Tower. Thus, no matter how strong a person was, once they entered into the Black Tower, they could only be rendered helpless. Because the regulations were different, even if you were a Celestial King, you would be turned into a rookie the moment you entered. Of course, the issue of drawing a Celestial King into the Black Tower was a big problem. Furthermore, Celestial Kings were a world of their own, so that would be a clash between two worlds and two types of regulations, so who knew, it might be the Black Tower that would explode first. The Empress channeled the flame control technique, and a ball of fire immediately burst into life in her hand. This was the element of fire of heaven and earth that had been created by the Celestial King technique. "So strong," the Empress remarked with a nod. "This is definitely a top-grade cultivation technique." Ling Han nodded. Even he could sense how frightening this ball of fire was. It was completely capable of refining his powerful physique forcefully. Of course, the time it would take was not just 2 to 3 days, but rather would be counted in years at least. His right hand also shook. Boom, a flame similarly formed. It was not created by condensing the fire element of the heaven and earth, but rather came from within his body. 9 heavens flame. With a thought from him, the 9 heavens flame turned into a sword of fire. It was incredibly realistic, and there were multiple symbols of great Tao on the sword's blade. Upon a closer look, they were actually exactly like those from the flame control technique. That Celestial King should have drawn out the symbols of great Tao from within the 9 heavens flame, and inscribed them into the cultivation technique. He was really amazing, being able to extract even such symbols of great Tao. Ling Han waved the fiery sword lightly, and no matter what it struck, it would immediately be cut. Under the control of a Celestial King technique, he could further incite more might from the 9 heavens flame. At present, I have the confidence to battle a peak stage at the 4th severance. He laughed loudly, filled with confidence. Of course, he currently would only be able to match a normal peak stage of the 4th severance. If it was a flawless severance, he probably would still be slightly inferior, and if it was an opponent that had struck the heaven and earth, then putting aside the 4th severance, he could only barely cope even with a 3rd severance, and that would have to depend on whether the opponent was in the early stage, middle stage, late stage, or the peak stage. However, if he really inflicted a direct strike with the 9 heavens flame, then to say nothing of the peak stage of the 4th severance, even dividing soul tears would be killed. At this time, a sudden clamor rose up from outside. Chapter 1786, an upfront challenge. Ling Han and the Empress walked out, and saw that a considerable number of strangers had actually boarded the battleship, but all of them were peerless talents, and had an astonishing aura. The prodigies of the various great sects and clans. They were definitely all king tiers, none having a weaker aura than Fu Gaoyun, possessing the confidence that came from being invincible. Fu Gaoyun, I heard that you have a subordinate that helped Fairy Ro restore an ancient technique. I have a follower that expresses his defiance, and wishes to consult with that subordinate of yours. A young man said such. Ling Han recognized him. It was Chen Zhao Tian, the man who had been the first to jump out a few days ago and asked to see Bewitching Maiden Ro. This name was not good. Unconsciously, Ling Han disliked this man, and now when he heard his words, his heart involuntarily became more irritated. Fu Gaoyun raised his hand with a wave. Ling Han is my brother, not subordinate, he corrected, his expression serious. Ho ho. Everyone did not believe him. 4 king tiers and heirs like themselves, even if they wanted to make friends, the other would have to be able to match them in terms of status, and according to the other members of the Fu clan, Ling Han was only a minor character from one of the subordinate forces of the Fu clan. Gaoyun, since everyone wants to see that Ling Han, why don't you just invite him out? A man said to Fu Gaoyun. His name was Fu Kai, and he was naturally also a member of the Fu clan. However, he belonged to Fu Xiaoping's faction. Previously, Fu Xiaoping's faction had not mounted any opposition all this while, yet they suddenly showed their fangs at this moment. Whether it was Fu Xiaoping or Fu Xiaoping, they naturally wanted nothing more than for Ling Han to disappear instantly. That way, the 4 great heirs would be able to return to the previous state of balance. At least, none would have absolute certainty of victory, and before the present clan leader announced his abdication, they could still continue to compete. Fu Kai was the leader of Fu Xiaoping's team to enter the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm this time around, and was a 4th severance himself. Furthermore, he had maintained this cultivation level for several dozen billion years, so his battle prowess was incredibly frightening, definitely no weaker than that of any king tier of the same cultivation level, and he could possibly surpass them even. It could not be helped. If he could not advance into the dividing soul tier, he could only increase his battle prowess like mad on the original foundation. In any case, with an unlimited lifespan, he would still be able to improve himself anyhow. Fu Gaoyun's expression was ugly. These outsiders were already enough of a headache for him, and not only did this man who was supposed to be on the same side with him not help him with his difficulty, he actually took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. This was too despicable. He really wanted to strike him dead with a single palm strike. Ho ho, who wishes to spar with me? Ling Han strode over. On the matter of battle, whom had he ever feared? Ling Han. Everyone's eyes focused over. They had all heard of that day's events. It was probable that it was Bewitching Maiden Ro who had purposely let out the news. Otherwise, if they did not say anything, Ling Han and Fu Gaoyun would not be so loud-mouthed and announce it everywhere, so how would these people know to target Ling Han? This bewitching maiden was repaying his kindness with malice. Could it be that he really had to take her into his harem and smack her bottom every day? Ling Han couldn't help but imagine this scene in his head, and actually felt a little excited. His heart clenched. That day, though he had resisted Bewitching Maiden Ro's charm, the fact that she was a 9 revolutions charm physique was not for nothing. Furthermore, she had also cultivated charm techniques, so she still managed to leave a deep impression in his memory. As expected of a divine fetus, she was capable of causing an imperceptible influence on him. Ling Han stood proudly and said, "That's right. You guys are lining up, begging them to see me." What? Lining up, begging them to see you? Everyone couldn't help but explode with fury. Who were they? Which of them was not a king tier of the present generation, the holy son of a 3-star force and an heir? To say nothing of Ling Han, even Fu Gaoyun was not qualified to have them line up, just to meet him. What an arrogant man, someone rebuked harshly. We need to teach him a lesson. Then let's play around. These people had all requested to have subordinates move out to spar with Ling Han. It was naturally impossible that they would personally participate. Their identity was clear for all to see, so they had to have some measure of reservedness. Humph, this is the battleship of our Fu clan, so when has it been that you can act impudently around here? Fu Gaoyun asked with displeasure. Did they really think that he was just a decorative item? Ho ho, what's wrong with a little spar? Fu Kai asked, smiling. That's right. Another 2 members of the Fu clan echoed what he said. Those were the team leaders that had been sent out by Fu Tonghai and Fu Bingbing. With 3 votes against 1, even if Fu Gaoyun was the heir of the clan, his objection was ineffective. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, If you want a spar, sure, but I never move for nothing. How about this? Let's wager pseudo-divine metal, and those who cannot produce this stake can get lost. Please forgive me for not wanting to accompany poor people. It was rare to have such a good opportunity to earn profit, so it would be a waste not to slaughter these fat pigs. Chen Zhao Tian and the others naturally would not cower. Though it was not them moving personally, they did have talented people nurtured by their clans and sects around them who had stayed for who knew how many years at the peak stage of the 4th severance, and even they would have to admit their inferiority facing the battle prowess of these people. With this, Ling Han still couldn't be dealt with. Then let's enter into the Black Rain arena for a battle. A young man tossed out a small box, and when it landed it became longer, but it only reached about the size of a chessboard, and looked like a tournament stage. This was an arena that had been refined by elites, forming a spatial god tool. Others could battle within, and even shock waves created by a battle at the level of the severing mundane tier could not possibly seep out, so it could be considered the best location for a spar. Then I will be the first to show my immature skill. Chen Zhao Tian smirked coldly, turned his head and said, Elder Yuan, it's up to you. Behind him, a middle-aged man nodded, his expression grave and stern. His name was Chen Zhao Yuan, and he was an elder of Chen Zhao Tian by who knew how many generations. Very very long ago he had already become a 4th severance, but still had not broken through to the dividing soul tier even after more than 10 billion years had passed. However, on the level of the severing mundane tier, he could be ranked into the top 3 in the Chen Zhao clan, and even Chen Zhao Tian was no match for him. At least before Chen Zhao Tian himself had reached the peak stage of the 4th severance. Chen Zhao Yuan took a leap, and descended into that chessboard. When he neared the chessboard, his figure was also endlessly shrinking, and when he landed on the chessboard he had already shrunk tens of thousands of times, and was just like an ant on the chessboard. Ling Han, it's your turn. Chen Zhao Tian looked towards Ling Han. He was very displeased. Previously, it was he who had been the first to make the request to see Bewitching Maiden Ro, and that was why Bewitching Maiden Ro had brought up the matter of restoring the incomplete cultivation technique as a test. And who could have imagined that it would have given a chance for Ling Han and Fu Gaoyun to have a rendezvous with Bewitching Maiden Ro? Ling Han chuckled. What about the stakes? Humph. As Chen Zhao Tian waved a hand, several pieces of pseudo-divine metal were thrown into the chessboard, and similarly became boundlessly smaller. Yet Ling Han did not move but rather said, Is there anyone else that wants to challenge me? If there is, place your bets quickly. Otherwise I will not accept any more later. Additionally, if you have placed your bet, you cannot take it back. Will you be able to pass the first test? Beiyu Xiong asked darkly. That is nothing you need to concern yourself with. Even if I'm beaten until I'm half dead, I will still accept the second match and the third match, Ling Han deliberately said. Otherwise, if others knew of his strength, would there still be any stakes that he could win? Instantly, some others who did not like Ling Han also threw down some pseudo-divine metal. Ling Han broke into a grin. Pseudo-divine metal was forged from at least 2 types of top-grade divine metal, and this amount could not be small either, or how would its strength be capable of reaching the requirement of pseudo-divine metal? Thus, one piece of pseudo-divine metal was comparable to at least 1,000 portions of divine metal of the same size. Anyone else? Anyone else? He looked around him, wanting to win as much as possible in one go. Too bad, no one else gave him any more regard, feeling that he would probably be just about dead when he had been beaten madly for 4 to 5 times, so there was no need to waste time on him. Chapter 1787, Two Monsters. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh. He had won just over a dozen pieces of pseudo-divine metal. Not enough. Better than nothing at least. Are you fighting or not? Qianzhao Tian demanded impatiently. For king tiers like them, time was incredibly previous, so how could it simply be wasted for nothing like this? Seeing that you people have brought so many gifts, I'll play with you guys. Ling Han leaped out and fell into the chessboard. In front of him, Qianzhao Yuan was standing with his hands clasped behind his back. On the outside, everyone was watching the battle from a distance of a good few meters away. With their vision, they naturally had no need to come too close. Furthermore, if they were too close, they would be blocking each other and would not be able to see clearly instead. 3 moves, Qianzhao Yuan declared proudly. Ling Han rubbed his head and said, though I am very strong, I am only in the 2nd severance after all. It is still quite difficult for me to defeat a 4th severance within 3 moves. Why don't we exchange a few more moves? Fuck. Qianzhao Yuan immediately rolled his eyes. What he meant was that he was going to defeat Ling Han in 3 moves? How did this guy understand it like that? He laughed coldly and said, you are really outrageously brazen. However, what significance is there for you to babble nonsense to me? Just a 2nd severance and he dared to fight him? Peh. He made a brazen move. Boom, he shot out a palm strike, pressing down on Ling Han. Strong wind screamed, turning into several hundred spikes formed with regulations, descending as if the heavens were collapsing. Ling Han did not dare to be careless. He had heard that there were veteran 4th severance elites in the various forces, and some had even attained a flawless severance. After going through countless years of experience, their battle prowess was very, very strong. His hands balled into fists and he shot out punches repeatedly. Ping, ping, ping. Amidst a series of fierce exchanges, Ling Han's figure slid backwards. In a head-on confrontation, he was indeed no match for a peak stage at the 4th severance. This Qianzhao Yuan was only a normal severance, but was not too far from the level of flawless severance, and with countless years of practice, his battle prowess was really terrifying. He really is a 2nd severance. Qianzhao Yuan frowned. He could sense Ling Han's aura the moment he made his move, and he was indeed a 2nd severance. He himself had gone through this process, so if he was still unable to distinguish it, he really should find a rock to smash himself to death and commit suicide. But a 2nd severance was actually able to get on with only a slight disadvantage in a head-on confrontation with himself. It should be known that a 4th severance should be capable of insta-killing a 2nd severance, and even a king tier could not be exempted from this rule. What kind of monster was this? Gasp. Outside the chessboard, the king tiers all showed a hint of seriousness in their expressions. They all had incredibly outstanding battle prowess and could be invincible among their peers, and when they reached the peak stage of their cultivation level, such as in the 2nd severance, they could possibly even resist an opponent in the early stage of the 3rd severance. But with a gap of 2 minor levels. It would be a definite defeat and a crushing defeat at that. There would be nothing like falling into a disadvantage, followed by the sequence of a few dozen to a few hundred moves before being defeated. But this guy was too freakish. Just at this moment, a delicate fragrance wafted in the air, and an exquisite beauty also arrived quietly, bringing an incomparable languid bearing. Her black hair winding, her complexion fairer than snow, being so beautiful that mere words could not describe. Fairy Row. Fairy Row. The people in the area all turned their heads, and began to greet this exquisite beauty, all of their eyes holding admiration that could not be concealed. Bewitching Maiden Row. Naturally, no one would call her Bewitching Maiden Row right to her face, but in the majority of people's hearts, she was an undoubted bewitching maiden, stealing their hearts and luring away their souls. What is everyone watching? So much noise and excitement. Bewitching Maiden Row smiled delicately, her charm on full blast. Everyone hurriedly began to relate the events, and Bewitching Maiden Row replied with an "oh," as she sat down at the side with slight curiosity, beginning to watch as well. She was very curious about Ling Han. A man that was capable of restoring an ancient cultivation technique in a mere half-day's time yet was completely unperturbed or affected by her charm technique made her very much want to know what lay at the bottom of Ling Han. Thus, it was also she who had deliberately leaked the events at the time. She knew that Qianzhao Tian and the others would definitely make trouble for Ling Han, so she would be able to watch the show from the sidelines and probe Ling Han at the same time. Your willpower is so strong and your comprehension ability is so high, so what about your battle prowess? She had just watched a few moves and she immediately showed a grim expression. Too powerful. A mere second severance, yet he was able to just barely resist a fourth severance of peak stage. It should be known that Chen Zhaoyuan was not an ordinary fourth severance peak stage, but rather had practiced at this cultivation level for who knew how many years, so his strength should not be inferior in any way to a king tier of the same cultivation level. Which also meant that Ling Han presently was already qualified to match a fourth severance king tier. Even if Ling Han would be blasted back quite harshly with every attack he sustained, he was still completely unharmed. After retreating, he would immediately charge back at the extreme speed of lightning, as if his body itself was forged from divine metal. How can there be such a freak? Are you interested in my husband? The Empress approached her without her knowledge. Though Ling Han had said that he did not want any more love debts, she was still unable to forget the fact that Bewitching Maiden Ro was a divine fetus, and if she practiced dual cultivation with Ling Han, it could help Ling Han soar. In her eyes, Ling Han was her top priority. Bewitching Maiden Ro humphed and did not reply, though she could not help but admit that her heart had indeed trembled slightly. However, it would really be too much of a joke if they expected her to fall for him just like this. Humph, that kind of man with a lowly status dares to covet Fairy Ro? Chen Zhao Tian scoffed. He is really out of his league. Shua. His words had just rung out when a snow-white palm was already striking towards his face, the move both fast and harsh. Chen Zhao Tian was stunned, and hurriedly bounced backwards, practically using his full effort. Puh. Just how big was the ship? He abruptly smashed into the shipboards, the impact causing a numbness throughout his body. This was a battleship at the level of Immortal Palace tier, and the external material was in fact 6-star pseudo-divine metal, which was capable of blocking a full power strike from an Immortal Palace tier elite, and though the structure in here was slightly inferior, it was still 2-star pseudo-divine metal, so how could Chen Zhao Tian possibly be capable of crashing through them? Thus, this collision caused him to see stars, almost making him pass out in dizziness. The Empress withdrew her hand slowly. Her goal was only to give Chen Zhao Tian a scare so that he would crash into the wall on his own. Otherwise, if she had to use her hand to slap him, she would find it too filthy. Everyone couldn't help but feel stunned, and looked towards the Empress as if they had just discovered her presence. And that was indeed the truth. Previously, everyone's attention was on Ling Han, and then Bewitching Maiden Ro came, so their attention was diverted onto that extremely bewitching woman. Only now did they discover that the Empress's figure was so perfect, and she had such a noble bearing. Even if the Empress's face was still veiled, everyone had a feeling that it would be hard to decide who was more captivating between her and Bewitching Maiden Ro. This was too inconceivable. Additionally, this woman had very powerful strength. She actually could force Chen Zhao Tian into such a pitiful state. Though she had indeed struck abruptly, Chen Zhao Tian was not only a third severance, he was also a king tier of the present generation. Was the Empress a fourth severance? What was frightening was this fact: she was only in the second severance. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the Empress. Even the charm of Bewitching Maiden Ro had suddenly declined greatly, her limelight greatly taken by the Empress. If this was another person, she would definitely feel nervous and anxious being the focus of attention from so many king tiers. But the Empress was completely indifferent. She only cast a disdainful glance at Chen Zhao Tian, and menacingly asked, "How could my husband be someone you can insult?" Chapter 1788, A Great Sect Appears. Being stared at so menacingly by the Empress, Chen Zhao Tian actually couldn't manage to feel the slightest bit of antipathy. He only felt that even a rebuke from the Empress was a kind of happiness. Just look, others weren't even qualified to get a word from the Empress. Pay, how could he think this way? Chen Zhao Tian hurriedly strengthened his will. He was a king tier of the present generation, not a masochist, so why would he feel happy from being looked down on by another? But looking at the Empress's perfect, flawless figure, the flames of his anger could not be stoked. He could only force out, "Miss, could it be that it isn't the truth that I am saying?" Shua, the Empress moved again, shooting out a palm strike. This time, Chen Zhao Tian was already prepared, so he would naturally not be retreating in panic. Instead, he moved to parry her incoming blow. Peng. They fought fiercely in the ship's hold. Thankfully, the ship's hold was sturdy enough, and could withstand the bombardment of power from them, but as for those tables, cups, and paintings, they were all shattered into dust with a sweep of the powerful winds brought to rise from their exchange. Stop. Everyone hurriedly intervened and tried to calm things down. Seeing a fierce battle erupt in such a narrow space, they had no choice but to make a move to parry, and it would be extremely easy for a battle royale to arise. They were all king tiers or similar, and the moment a battle royale occurred, it would definitely be normal for deaths to occur. How could the Empress, being as willful as she was, possibly listen to the persuasion of others? She continued to attack. There was nothing anyone could do. They could only join forces in restraining Chen Zhaotian. Pa. The Empress was not reasonable at all, and only stopped when she had slapped Chen Zhaotian's face 7 times, looking like she was just treating him with contempt, and could not bother to pay him any further regard. She was really too proud, but she was also very alluring. Everyone looked at the Empress, then turned to look at Bewitching Maiden Row, and only felt that it was really hard to decide. They both had their own unique traits, but they were both extremely enticing. Damn it. Chen Zhaotian's arms and legs had all been held back, so he could only receive these 7 slaps from the Empress head-on. Furthermore, it was not a slap that was delivered from an actual hand, but rather a hand formed of origin power. Otherwise, he could at least comfort himself a bit that he had had skin contact with the Empress. He wanted to fight again, but having so many people restrain him, how could he possibly succeed? He could only become furious almost to the point of throwing up blood. After a while he calmed down as well. He had now experienced a loss, but Ling Han was going to experience a loss against Chen Zhaoyuan too, and it was going to be an even worse loss than his. This grudge would be vented through Ling Han. The Empress was really so charismatic that even if Chen Zhaotian had been beaten, he could choose not to directly get his vengeance through her. Only now did everyone release Chen Zhaotian. Then they again began to watch the battle proceeding on the chessboard. Then all of them released exclamations of "Ah," and "Yeah," as expressions of astonishment appeared on their faces. That was because the present situation had actually taken a drastic change. Ling Han was holding a sword, and was currently fighting fiercely with Chen Zhaoyuan, not falling into the slightest disadvantage at all. Impossible. It was naturally possible. After the Divine Demon Sword had been improved to the level of 2-star pseudo-divine metal, its battle prowess could be compared to that of Ling Han himself. This was a future celestial tool, so how could it not be awesome? When man and sword worked together, its might was astonishing. However, this alone was not enough to defeat Chen Zhaoyuan. Ling Han threw out all kinds of celestial techniques, 6 arms simultaneously casting Banishing Technique, Extermination Lightning, Darkness of the Paramount Night, Flying Dragon Shadow Hands, and Tide of the Ages, and accompanied with Lightning Flash. One man seemed to have become 1,000, bombarding Chen Zhaoyuan like mad. Even so, Chen Zhaoyuan was still able to respond calmly. Several 100 million years of cultivation had definitely not gone to waste. Was Ling Han not able to win without using 9 Heavens Flame and Shenin Source Water? Ling Han pondered. He was treating the two like an ultimate technique that could be used to turn a dire situation around, and was unwilling to use them easily. After all, this was only a spar, so if he used them now, those people outside would be prepared, and if he fought with them in the future, he would definitely be unable to catch them off guard. One could definitely not underestimate a king tier. Then he just limited to this. In any case, his physique was tough, so he could completely fight like this until the end of time, but the moment Chen Zhaoyuan had the slightest bit of carelessness, and was struck by the Divine Demon Sword just once, he would really be in for a bout of suffering. Hong long long, all of a sudden, a deafening sound rang out from outside. Everyone in the ship's hold looked at one another and hurriedly ran out, arriving on the ship's deck outside. Above them, 2 massive battleships had appeared. Their battleships were already very big, but compared with these 2 vessels, they immediately became juniors, and were only about 1/10 of their size, appearing incredibly unpresentable. Ascending Origin Tier-level Battleship. 4-star Force. The faces of these young king tiers all changed as they showed an expression of shock. Indeed, 4-star forces had also arrived before for the opening of the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm, and in fact there had even been parties from Celestial King-level great sects and clans, but that was something that had happened a great many billion years ago. At least, the 4-star force and 5-star forces had not sent parties here in the recent few 100 billion years. They had not imagined that a 4-star force would arrive once more this time round. Even though 3-star forces were only inferior to 4-star forces by 1 level, if a 4-star force wanted to destroy a 3-star force, they only had to send out an Ascending Origin Tier Elite, or an Ascending Origin Tier level battleship, and they would be able to accomplish the feat easily. You might be wondering why 3-star forces didn't buy an ascending origin tier level battleship too. Ho, firstly, this price was definitely not something that could be afforded by any 3-star force, and secondly, even if a 3-star force gained an unexpected wealth, or had saved for countless generations, finally having enough funds, the crux of the matter was that the massive military pavilion was not willing to sell it to them. 3-star forces could purchase 3 levels of battleships severing mundane tier, dividing soul tier, and immortal palace tier, but a 2-star force could only buy severing mundane tier and dividing soul tier level vessels. Thus, an ascending origin tier level battleship could only be bought by 4-star and 5-star forces. This was the privilege that was possessed by elites. The massive military pavilion would definitely not break this balance of power. In front of a 4-star force, even if they were holy sons, holy daughters, and clan heirs, so what? They could only lower their proud heads in submission. I wonder whose ship it is? Everyone raised their head to look, but there was a killing formation laid out on the battleship, and they could not stare at it directly at all unless their cultivation level was strong enough. The battleship stopped. There were clearly only 2, but they cast a very large shadow, enshrouding all the battleships beneath them. Merely this fact was a strong enough display of their domineering attitude. But the over 12 battleships below did not dare to express any objection at all. If the two sides clashed, that would be like an ascending origin tier elite making his move, being capable of instantly killing over a dozen immortal palace tiers. In the celestial realm, no, anywhere, power was everything. Shio. A man and woman descended from the battleship. The man was dressed in white, with lightning entwined all around his body. This was not ordinary lightning but rather divine lightning. A mere living being, and he was actually wrapped in divine lightning? The Empress's eyes immediately narrowed. This was a divine fetus, natural lightning physique. What was going on here? Was divine fetus so cheap and ordinary? She looked towards the woman, and her eyes involuntarily narrowed again. This woman was dressed in a tight-fitting suit of red, her long black locks were tied up in a thick braid. Her pretty face was extremely enchanting, and she could be considered not to be the slightest bit inferior to Bewitching Maiden Ro, though as she had not cultivated charm techniques like the latter, and was also a natural charm physique, it could be said that her level of captivation was not just a bit lower. Even so, she could still be considered a top-grade beauty. This was not the reason for the Empress narrowing her eyes. She was not as exquisite as herself, so how could she actually stun her with her beauty? What she was stunned about was that this woman was ethereal and clear. Even though she was clearly standing there, she was like an ethereal bloom that existed only in fantasy, something that could not be grasped and was unattainable. Ethereal divine fetus. Another divine fetus, and one that was similarly incredibly rare, possessing the element of space. Chapter 1789, Genuine Holy Sun. 4 divine fetuses had actually appeared in this place. It was extremely inconceivable. Holy Sun Changfeng. It was unclear who suddenly called this out. Even his voice was trembling. King Tyr should be afraid of nothing, yet now his voice was actually shaking. Just how stunned was he? Changfeng? Changfeng? Being thus reminded, the others mulled over the exclamation for a while before expressions of shock appeared. Luo Changfeng, the holy son of Thundercloud Palace, and Thundercloud Palace was a celestial king tier force. This was not unusual then. To become the holy son of a celestial king tier great sect, if you were not a divine fetus, you would not be able to even bring yourself to sit in this position. Yet they had never imagined that the opening of the hidden dragon mystery realm this time round was capable of attracting the holy son of a celestial king tier sect. Another person stared at that beauty dressed in a tight-fitting suit of red, and exclaimed in a stammering voice, Zai Bingyun. Zai was a clan that had existed for who knew how many years, and the founder of the Zai clan was still alive even today. That was a being that was truly immortal, an invincible king of the celestial realm. That was right, the Zai clan was also a celestial king tier force. Gods, the heirs of 2 great celestial king-level forces had actually arrived at the same time. It was no wonder that a 4-star battleship had been mobilized. The celestial realm did not have any 5-star battleships, because no one was capable of building them. Celestial kings were the strongest, and aside from the source power that was produced by the heaven and earth, what else could match them? These were 2 true king tiers not only in terms of strength but also background. Luo Changfeng swept an eye over the crowd and showed a smile, appearing to be very easygoing, and said, "Everyone, Fairy Bingyun and I haven't disturbed you, have we?" "No, of course not." Everyone hurriedly shook their heads. Even if they had, who would actually dare say it out loud? "We heard that a mystery realm just happened to be opening here, and coincidentally Fairy Bingyun and I were passing by, so we were thinking why not we too enter to learn from the experience," Luo Changfeng explained smilingly. He really did not have the airs that a holy son should have, but should anyone think that he was a pushover just because of this, they would really be too naive. And only he could speak so casually about a mystery realm. It should be known that the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm was incredibly dangerous, and the slightest bit of carelessness could endanger one's life, but he actually said that they had just been passing by and dropped over for fun. Seeing Luo Changfeng being so amiable, everyone's initial expression of nervousness gradually relaxed, and they began to strike up a conversation with Luo Changfeng respectively. This was the holy son of a celestial king-tier sect. If they really garnered his favor, they would really manage to stabilize and strengthen their positions as holy sons and heirs. Luo Changfeng was really easy to deal with. He would always be smiling no matter whom he was talking to. On the other hand, Zai Bingyun was much more aloof, and would present a cool, indifferent demeanor to whomsoever she was facing, unable to bear sparing even one word. "And this is Fairy Ro?" Luo Changfeng looked towards Bewitching Maiden Ro. Even if he was the holy son of a celestial king-tier great sect, he still showed an expression of being incredibly stunned, and the smile on his face also became more pronounced. "Fairy Ro is indeed as beautiful as a celestial maiden, as beautiful as a peach. I have admired you for a very long time, and now that I have met you, I see that you truly live up to your reputation." Bewitching Maiden Ro only offered a reserved smile. Even a small sect had its pride. It was absolutely impossible that she would take the initiative to throw herself into his arms just because of a single word from him. She had just cultivated charm techniques, and was not really a famed courtesan from the brothel. It was clear that Luo Changfeng was very interested in Bewitching Maiden Ro. Though he was talking to the rest, at least 3 words in every 10 words from him were directed towards Bewitching Maiden Ro, and his partiality to her was apparent. Everyone could understand that. Who did not want to keep such a seductive beauty as their mistress? But who among those gathered here did not want to court Bewitching Maiden Ro? With their flames of jealousy ignited, distance naturally grew between them and Luo Changfeng. Furthermore, they were all king-tiers of the present generation. Usually, it would be others that would be courting their favor, and they were indeed not accustomed to courting the favor of another. Thus the atmosphere gradually cooled. Luo Changfeng smiled slightly and suddenly said, "Since the mystery realm has not opened yet, why don't we spar? You are using this trick too." Everyone had come here for the sake of Bewitching Maiden Ro, wanting to teach Ling Han a lesson under the guise of a spar, but now Luo Changfeng had also suggested having a spar. It was clear he had an ulterior motive, and wanted to show off his skill in front of Bewitching Maiden Ro through a spar. In terms of background, there was not one person here that could compare to Luo Changfeng, but what counted in a spar was actual strength. As king-tiers, which of them would admit that they were inferior to another? Immediately, everyone looked eager to give it a try. Luo Changfeng smiled faintly and said, "I have just advanced into the 3rd severance. How about this then? Both 3rd severance and 4th severance can challenge me, but those below 3rd severance should just watch. I am Chenjiao Tian, peak stage of the 3rd severance. Please provide guidance, Holy Son." Chenjiao Tian was the first to issue a challenge. Previously, he had been given a really hard time by the Empress, and was presently in anxious need of redeeming his reputation. Of course, even if he was capable of defeating Luo Changfeng, he would still be merciful, and maintain a situation of neither being superior to the other. In this way he would redeem his pride, and Luo Changfeng would not be in an awkward position either. Luo Changfeng stood, his hands crossed behind his back, and said, "Make your move then." Chenjiao Tian was a little indignant. "We are both in the 3rd severance and you are only in the early stage of the 3rd severance, while I am at the peak stage of the 3rd severance, so don't you think you are a little too arrogant?" He gave a soft exclamation, and as he channeled his secret techniques, he opened his mouth and spat out a cluster of stars that formed battle blades that struck out towards Luo Changfeng. Luo Changfeng's figure suddenly moved. Everyone could only feel their vision blur for a moment, and saw that Luo Changfeng had already landed a punch on that cluster of stars, directly shattering it. Then he penetrated the shattered stars deeply and peng, landed a direct punch on Chen Zhaotian's face. This punch was really too fast. Chen Zhaotian was actually completely unprepared, and directly toppled over, his face facing skywards. Luo Changfeng withdrew his fist and calmly stated, "Next." Incredibly domineering. With this strike, everyone could feel their scalp go numb from the shock. It should be known that Chen Zhaotian was a young king tier. What kind of concept was this? He should be invincible among his peers, and he should have been able to manage a tie even against other king tiers, or at least the victor should only be decided after a few thousand or tens of thousands of moves later. But now, Luo Changfeng had defeated him with a single move, even if his cultivation level was lower. Just how big was the gap of power between them? How could he be this strong? The Empress's delicate brows rose slightly as fighting spirit blazed in her. This was a supreme king tier that had advanced through striking the heaven and earth, and that was why his battle prowess was so strong, such that he was capable of being invincible even with a gap of a minor level. Furthermore, he was a divine fetus as well. If he further displayed the might of a divine fetus, his battle prowess could increase further. At this moment, no one dared to accept. They were both holy sons and young king tiers, but the gap in battle prowess was like the difference between heaven and earth. This was the holy son that had been produced from a celestial king tier great sect. Bewitching Maiden Rose beautiful eyes shone. As the saying went, beauties would love valiant men, and in the celestial realm, elites would be respected by all, and no one was an exception to the rule. Bewitching Maiden Rose naturally admired elites as well. To be honest, one would have to at least defeat her in a battle of equals to win her heart, but it was really too difficult to accomplish this. She herself was a king tier and was a divine fetus at that. Even the likes of Fu Gaoyun and Bei Xianming could only yield to her superiority in front of her. It was just that the Purity sect had always had the custom of dealing with matters through words rather than relying on fists. Thus, it was very rare that she had the chance to make a move. Luo Changfeng was definitely stronger than she was in a battle of equals, and it was not just a bit stronger either. This naturally caused a ripple to arise in her heart. Chapter 1790, Luo Changfeng's Might. Just at this moment, the figure of another man immediately barged into her mind. Ling Han. Bewitching Maiden Rose couldn't help but make a comparison between the two of them. In terms of background, that Luo Changfeng was already at the top of the world. Who could be more eye-catching than the holy son of a celestial king tier sect? As for Ling Han, he was only a guest subject of a 3-star force, and this was putting it nicely. In truth, he was just a follower. What was worth comparing? In terms of cultivation level, it was still Luo Changfeng that was superior. He was in the 3rd severance while Ling Han was a 2nd severance. But in terms of natural talent of cultivation, Ling Han was definitely not inferior to the other. In terms of comprehension ability and inventiveness, Ling Han was completely superior, at least for the moment. It was just a period of 2 hours, and he had already completely restored an amazing ancient technique, so how astonishing was that? She had also cultivated this flame control technique these few days, and though she had only gained a superficial grasp of the technique, she was already deeply stunned by this cultivation technique. It definitely surpassed any other cultivation technique that she had previously cultivated. Which meant that it had to be ascending origin tier level at least. Just think about it, how terrifying was Ling Han's comprehension ability. It was extremely possible that this guy would advance into the ascending origin tier. Becoming a celestial king was too hard. Even if Luo Changfeng was the holy son of a celestial king tier sect, the possibility of his advancing into celestial king tier in future was incredibly close to zero. The highest possibility was that he would become an ascending origin tier elite. In this aspect, Ling Han was completely not inferior to Luo Changfeng in any way. After all, the biggest deciding factor on the path of cultivation was still one's individual strength. Luo Changfeng swept an eye over everyone's faces, very pleased with the look of Bewitching Maiden Rose's gaping small mouth and bright eyes, but when his eyes passed over the Empress, he couldn't help but pause. This woman actually gave him a feeling of having unfathomable depths. In fact, even his divine fetus was stunned for some unknown reason, just like how he felt when he saw the Bewitching Maiden Rose. Could it be that she too was a divine fetus? He was the holy son of a top-tier sect, and naturally knew that to be able to cause a tremor in his divine fetus, it was highly possible that the other was also a divine fetus. This was a resonance of Tao. Furthermore, this woman's figure was really too perfect. Though she was not showing her face, her bearing was excellent, causing his heart to throb wildly. He had actually just spotted her. Luo Changfeng withdrew his gaze, smiled calmly and asked, "Who is next?" Everyone exchanged looks. It appeared that no one was going to accept the challenge. Qianzhao Tian was a third Severance Peak stage, and a top-grade king tier at that, but even he was no match for Luo Changfeng. Then, even if it was a fourth Severance early stage or middle stage, so what? It probably would still be very difficult for them to become a worthy opponent for him. Thus, everyone's eyes finally landed on three people: Bewitching, Lin Fang and Ting Senator. They were all at the peak stage of the fourth Severance, and were all king tiers. If even they were unable to oppose Luo Changfeng, then Luo Changfeng was really invincible within the Severing Mundane tier. Just the thought of that caused their scalps to go numb. It should be known that Luo Changfeng presently was only in the third Severance, and he had furthermore just advanced into this cultivation level recently, yet he could actually be as strong as this. He struck the heaven and earth, a king tier said softly, a sliver of reverence in his voice. Striking heaven and earth. These words were not unfamiliar at all to Fu Gaoyun, Bewitching and the others because they had all heard about it. There were only a few difficult challenges on the path of cultivation. Firstly, cultivating to the true pinnacle level of the Eternal River tier, which meant creating 10 million stars, and one could lay claim to the title of King tier advancing to the Severing Mundane tier with this advantage. These young prodigies had all accomplished at least this challenge. The second was a flawless severance, which could allow one to continue maintaining his talent as a king tier. Everyone had also accomplished that. But above a flawless severance, there was an even more superior level advancing through striking the heaven and earth. It was rumored that this could make a king tier a king among kings. Everyone had made the attempt before, but they had all failed without exception. If they forcibly delivered this strike, then the only thing that would be severed would be their lives. Yet now a true king had appeared in front of them. If he had not advanced to the Severing Mundane tier by striking the heaven and earth, how could he possibly have defeated Qianzhao Tian with a single move? Bewitching Maiden Rose's eyes were even brighter. A supreme king tier that had struck the heaven and earth was a rare existence even in 10,000 generations. I will give it a try. Bewitching stepped out. As a king tier, he naturally possessed an invincible heart. He was also aware that Luo Changfeng would definitely be more freakish than he was, given that he had advanced by delivering a strike at the heaven and earth, but the issue here was that he was a fourth Severance Peak stage, and possessed the advantage of more than a single minor level, so was that still insufficient to compensate for the gap between two different types of the Severing Mundane tier? He did not believe it. Please provide guidance, Holy Son Changfeng, he said very politely. Luo Changfeng glanced at him and said, then let us have our battle outside the ship. Previously, when he had fought with Qianzhao Tian, he had moved immediately, but now he was saying to move their spar out of the ship. This meant that Luo Changfeng was not certain that he could easily defeat Bewitching, and that was why he requested to have their fight in the air. In that way it would not cause damage to the objects on the ship. The main part of the battleship was not something that they could damage no matter what they did, though. Bewitching leaped out and stood proudly in the skies, multiple streaks of blood-colored aura rising around him. His eyes had also become blood-red, his hands forming bloody claws, with multiple symbols of great Tao emerging on them. Boom! A pair of blood-colored wings suddenly spread out behind him. They stretched out as wide as 3,000 meters, and seemed like they could hide the sky and cover the earth. Blood Crow Tribe. Luo Changfeng appeared slightly surprised. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and after taking a few steps, he was stepping on air, as if there was an invisible staircase that was supporting him as he continued his advance forwards. It is rumored that when the Blood Crow is angered, blood will spread for 10,000 miles, and I would really be interested to see that. A faint smile curled up the corners of his lips. Bewitching roared out loudly. With a flap of his wings, shwa shwa shwa, innumerable feathers immediately turned into arrows that shot towards Luo Changfeng. That scene was really stunning, and it seemed as if the only things left in this heaven and earth were these feather arrows. They could not be dodged or avoided. Luo Changfeng did not dare be careless. He was a king among kings, and could be invincible even with a gap in cultivation level, but against this kind of opponent that was invincible among his peers like Bewitching, there was not much of a difference in the strength of either side. It would have to depend on how they were using their respective techniques. He propped up his hands. ZZZ. Lightning bolts interwove around him, forming a sphere. Shio 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 pa pa pa. The feather arrows continued to shoot over, but when they landed on the sphere that was formed from lighting, they all exploded into smithereens. Just at this moment, the sphere suddenly exploded. Boom, everyone could feel a blazing white spread across their vision, their ears lost their hearing, and only a booming sound was left. Then a frightening wave of power spread out towards them. Thankfully, the battleship was protected by a formation, and it was one as high grade as 3 stars at that. It was definitely not something that could be destroyed by a battle between 2 severing mundane tiers, so there was no need for the people on board the battleship to dodge. The heaven and earth was completely filled with blazing white lightning, flashing and disappearing, and appeared incredibly terrifying. Bewitching's arms were in a parrying position, and his whole head of hair was raised on ends. It was unknown whether it was due to his soaring fighting spirit, or the fact that he had been electrocuted. Though his clothes were slightly torn, there was not a sliver of a wound on him, and he had not experienced a loss through Luo Changfeng's counterattack. This exchange could be considered to have ended in a tie. Everyone was rendered speechless. He could match even a 4th Severance Peak stage king tier like Bewitching. Luo Changfeng was practically strong to an indescribable level. At present, it was definite that Luo Changfeng would not be able to fight a dividing soul tier, but if his cultivation level advanced further by another minor level, then there should be no major issue in him fighting a 4th Severance early stage, right? A whole gap of 2 minor levels. Hold on, this kind of person seemed to have appeared already. Suddenly, a figure flashed through everyone's minds. Ling Han. Chapter 1791, Persuasion. Previously, no one had thought that Ling Han was a king tier among king tiers. Because none of the people gathered here could accept this. Oh, they, holy sons and holy daughters, heirs of 3-star forces, had only achieved a flawless severance, yet a country bumpkin from a subordinate force was actually capable of striking the heaven and earth. This was something that could not be accepted by the pride of every king tier. Though they were stunned by how strong Ling Han was, they still continued to find other reasons for it, such as if Ling Han had taken some forbidden medicine, or drawn on the power of some kind of powerful pseudo-celestial tool, or used celestial seals or something of the sort. Only when Luo Changfeng showed his might did they face up to the reason of striking the heaven and earth. For the holy son of a 5-star sect, wasn't it very ordinary for him to have successfully struck the heaven and earth? Though this was something that everyone envied, it was not something that they could not accept. It also allowed them to turn around to look at Ling Han. Perhaps this was also a freak that had struck the heaven and earth to become a celestial. They had both struck the heaven and earth, but one was the holy son of a 5-star sect, while the other was an unknown character. The difference in difficulty level could be imagined. Ling Han was definitely even more freakish. However, if they were asked to bet on who would be the victor in a battle between Ling Han and Luo Changfeng, it was definite that everyone would still place their bet on Luo Changfeng. Even if Luo Changfeng and Ling Han fought on equal cultivation level, at least 90% of the people here would still bet on Luo Changfeng. Why? The answer was very simple. That was because Luo Changfeng was the holy son of a celestial king tier force. Could the celestial techniques that Ling Han grasped compare to his? They both had the same basis, so the competition would be in celestial techniques, and Ling Han naturally would be completely defeated. Furthermore, Luo Changfeng was a divine fetus, a natural lightning physique, and using the power of the divine fetus, he could be even stronger. This was what being invincible among peers truly meant. Even if Bewitching Maiden Ro admitted that Ling Han's inventiveness and comprehension ability was stronger, in a battle of equals, it was still Luo Changfeng who would win. Perhaps only that Zai Bingyun by his side could be a match for him. As she was similarly an heir of a celestial king tier force, her status was equal to the holy sons. Luo Changfeng and Bewitching fought fiercely. One had the advantage in cultivation level, while the other was a king among kings that had struck the heaven and earth, and it was hard to distinguish who was stronger in battle prowess. After fighting for about 7 minutes, Luo Changfeng suddenly showed his might. He had used the power of the divine fetus. Why could he become the holy son of the Thundercloud Palace? That was because he had a natural lightning physique. By birth, he was suited to cultivating the celestial techniques of Thundercloud Palace. And on the other side, the cultivation techniques of the Thundercloud Palace could only be fully unleashed with his power as a divine fetus. Thunder God overflow. Luo Changfeng roared loudly, and his whole person actually enlarged 100 times over, turning into a half-naked hideous giant. His whole body was purple in color and entwined with endless purple divine lightning. He lowered a finger and aimed directly at Bewitching. Even though this was just a single finger, his present size was really too big. One finger was equivalent to a smashing stone pillar, as if even the dome of the heavens could be pierced through. Bewitching was shocked. Having been locked on, he no longer had the time to dodge. He could only fully activate his physique of a blood crow. Endless bloody light surged out of his body, turning into a long blood-colored spear. He was planning to fight attack with attack. This was the faith of a king tier. What they would always think of was how they were to defeat their opponent, and not how they would have to resign themselves to their fates. The finger descended, and it was like even the heavens were crushed. Bewitching instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole person sent more than 100 miles backwards. While he soared through the air, the feathers of his wings were still dancing wildly. When he stopped, his feathers had also shattered completely, and he looked incredibly battered. His figure swayed dangerously, his face as pale as paper. Luo Changfeng's face was also slightly pale. A blood spear had stabbed his chest, but it was only the body of lightning that he had formed with his divine fetus. The damage it inflicted on him was not very serious actually. At least he was much better off than Bewitching. Ho, this battle can be considered a tie, he said smilingly, appearing to be calm and humble as he flew back onto the ship's deck. To him, being able to force a king tier to this point even with a gap of a minor level was already enough. Furthermore, could it be that everyone could not see with their own eyes who was stronger and who was weaker? Thus, there was no need for him to take all the limelight and completely obliterate his opponent. Holy Sun Changfeng is mighty, I admit that I am no match. Bewitching also shot back. His expression was filled with admiration. Though king tiers had their pride and arrogance, they similarly admired true strength. Luo Changfeng was indeed very strong and he had to concede that. As expected of Holy Sun Changfeng. Too powerful, no wonder he can become the holy son of a 5-star sect. The others all nodded, not hiding the admiration they felt towards Luo Changfeng in the slightest. Even Bewitching Maiden Rose's gaze was a little enchanted as Luo Changfeng's heroic figure had barged into her heart. Though Ling Han was very strong, he had not defeated a 4th Severance elite, and even if he could, that was not a king tier among 4th Severance, even if Chen Zhaoyuan's battle prowess was not actually much inferior as compared to Bewitching's. A figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was precisely Ling Han, and he bore a smile on his face, clearly being in a good mood. That was because he had just put away quite a few pieces of pseudo-divine metal into the Black Tower. Ling Han. When everyone saw him, only then did they remember that there was another battle that was ongoing. But since Ling Han had already appeared, could it be? They hurriedly looked towards the chessboard and true enough, Chen Zhaoyuan was already sprawled out, one side of his body frozen in cold ice, while the other side was roasted and charred, appearing incredibly bizarre. Taking advantage of the opening created when everyone's attention was focused on Bewitching and Luo Changfeng, Ling Han used the 9 Heavens Flame and Shenin Source Water, and finally defeated Chen Zhaoyuan. He did not worry that the latter would leak the secret either because he would be unconscious for 8 to 10 years at least, and by the time he regained consciousness, the venture into the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm would have long since ended. Ling Han's target was the Western Celestial Realm. He would not be staying here for very long. Thus, even if others found out that he had grasped extremely strong regulations of fire and water, so what? Ling Han looked towards Luo Changfeng. Though he had been in the world of the chessboard, his sight and hearing had not been disconnected from the outside world. It had only shrunk his body a great many times, and the waves created by the battle would not seep out either. Thus he was aware of the appearance of Luo Changfeng and Zai Bingyun. Though everyone glanced at Ling Han, they immediately withdrew their gaze. At this point they would no longer feel jealous because no one could compete against Luo Changfeng after all, right? Since that was the case, why should they bother with Ling Han then? Luo Changfeng was like the moon which the stars revolved around. Multiple king tiers surrounded him, and even a great bringer of calamity like Bewitching Maiden Ro consulted him about cultivation in a reserved manner. It was probable that Luo Changfeng only had to spare a little more effort. The possibility of him winning this femme fatale was very high. After all, he had the name of a holy son of a celestial king tier sect and the might of an invincible king tier. There was practically no way he would fail in courting a woman. Husband, you have to work harder. The Empress arrived at Ling Han's side. What? Ling Han couldn't help but shake his head and asked, you still haven't dismissed that idea? This person is very likely to become a strong rival for you. The Empress looked at Luo Changfeng. If he was allowed to get hold of the 9 revolutions charm physique, he would leave you behind in his dust in terms of cultivation level. By that time, even if Ling Han was able to become more invincible among his peers than Luo Changfeng, so what? There would still be a gap of quite a few cultivation levels between them, and the latter would be able to crush him with a single finger. The prerequisite of being invincible among one's peers was based on the speed of one's advancement through the cultivation levels. Otherwise, every 3-star force had characters that were invincible in the severing mundane tier, but could they focus their resources on these people? That's right. Small Tower actually piped up as well. A Celestial King tier sect must have something like a treasured tool to speed up the passage of time. Even if it cannot compare to the reincarnation tree, it would also shrink your advantage countless times over. Chapter 1792, Sudden and Unexpected Disaster. Ling Han couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. His wife and Small Tower were actually encouraging him to court a girl. This was really too bizarre. No way, he was absolutely determined not to go along with it. Yo, what a beautiful girl. Shua, a black figure flashed past. A large black dog appeared on the ship's deck, wearing a pair of flashing silvery iron underwear. It stood on its hind legs, blowing a wolf whistle in the direction of Zai Bingyun. Ling Han suddenly felt an urge to facepalm. This large black dog was really a haunting spirit that could not be gotten rid of. Wherever he went, this large black dog would be there. Forget it, he'd just act like he didn't know it. Isn't this little Han? But this large black dog still waved its dog's paw at little Han, and then turned to look at Zai Bingyun. Girlie, come give Grandpa Dog a smile. Zai Bingyun's eyes widened slightly, but in the next instant, her figure vanished from where she had been standing. Furthermore, it was not an instant disappearance, but rather she faded little by little into nothing. That was because the speed of her movement was too fast, so she had left behind afterimages where she had originally been standing. Shua, she appeared in front of the large black dog, and delivered a palm strike straight at this despicable dog. Girlie, you are so nice to want to give your Grandpa Dog a massage? The large black dog was still as utterly despicable as he had always been. Too bad your hands and feet are so rough that Grandpa Dog fears that I will be pummeled to death, so just forget it. Its figure also flashed. Peng, Zai Bingyun's palm strike hit, yet completely missed its target. Luo Changfeng involuntarily showed a hint of shock in his expression. Others might not know, but how could it be that he, too, would be ignorant? Zai Bingyun's strength was in no way inferior to his, and the two of them had actually just concluded a top-grade sparring competition, and just happened to be heading the same way, and had thus traveled together. And Zai Bingyun was a space element divine fetus. Merely in terms of speed, she was slightly superior to him, but with her having taken the initiative to attack, she had actually missed a large black dog that was the target of her blow. How could this not render him dumbstruck? Kiki, Grandpa Dog is over here. The large black dog appeared at a corner of the ship's deck, his back turned on Zai Bingyun as he was shaking his behind in a very showy manner. To say nothing of Zai Bingyun, who was quite infuriated, even Ling Han felt an urge to rush forwards and give it a kick. Zai Bingyun set off in pursuit, but the large black dog continued to tear a hole in space, and escaped very easily. Aya, the little girl looks quite pretty, but why are you so fierce? Forget it, Grandpa Dog doesn't want you as my steed anymore. Little Han, Grandpa Dog will bestow this fierce woman on you, so give her proper instruction. When the large black dog had said these words, he ran off without a second thought. Zai Bingyun chased after him, but in the aspect of escaping, Ling Han had not found anyone that could surpass the large black dog, at least not among those in the same cultivation level. True enough, Zai Bingyun returned with a livid expression after a while, though her pretty eyes were set firmly on Ling Han. That damn dog. Ling Han sighed internally. The large black dog had definitely done it on purpose, drawing the heat onto him. He really was the type to screw others over. Anyone would be in the right to kill this despicable dog. Ling Han immediately made his stand clear. He had no wish to fight with anyone for no reason. Furthermore, he had been screwed over by the large black dog, so he was also extremely displeased and very much wanted to kick him. Since you are familiar with that despicable dog, then I will capture you first, and force that despicable dog to come out. Zai Bingyun declared coldly. Without waiting for Ling Han to answer, she immediately made her move. Fuck, can't you listen to reason? Ling Han used lightning flash and he managed to dodge Zai Bingyun's attack with a flash of his figure. His temper was also stoked and he exclaimed, Miss, don't be such an intolerable bully. So what if I am? Zai Bingyun declared proudly, and brazenly followed her strike with another attack. She was determined to capture Ling Han at all costs. You unreasonable shrew, you should seek out whoever angered you. Do you think that I am an easy target to bully? Ling Han was angered and used celestial techniques as he began to counterattack. Zai Bingyun was so angry her delicate body was trembling with fury. She was one of the heirs of the Zai clan, and had been pampered since childhood. She was a princess that had been born with a silver spoon in her mouth. To say nothing of being called a shrew, no one had even directed any kind of harsh words at her. But first there was the large black dog and next was Ling Han. They were both characters that could drive others to irrepressible fury with mere words alone, and Zai Bingyun flew into a thunderous fury. She drew a long sword, her killing intent blazing. Ling Han was unafraid, and as the divine demon sword was used, sword chi shot directly into the 9 heavens. Everyone was staring in shock, dumbfounded. Ling Han's style of battle was incredibly fierce. It was clear that his battle prowess was inferior to the opponent's, but he would always be attacking head-on, and what was shocking was the fact that though Zai Bingyun sent him sliding backwards repeatedly with attacks, he was still completely unscathed. Just what exactly is the level of your defense? Everyone had incredibly good insight, and could accurately make their own judgment. In terms of battle prowess, Zai Bingyun was slightly stronger. After all, she was a 3rd Severance elite, but Ling Han's defenses was freakishly strong, which rendered Zai Bingyun's powerful offensive completely ineffective. Damn it! Zai Bingyun cried out, and a transparent battle spear actually appeared in her left hand. Shua, she summoned it with a wave of her hand, and it shot out towards Ling Han. Pa pa pa. As the battle spear shot out, it was actually traversing space. It had just been flying rapidly moments ago, but in a mere instant, it had already appeared in front of Ling Han, aimed in a direct stab at his head. She really was incredibly cruel. Ling Han's eyes became cold. Just because the large black dog had greeted him and said a few words, this woman was actually venting all her hatred and fury on him. Just how unreasonable could she be? Just because you came from a celestial king tier clan, and are the heir, you can be as willful as you like. Ling Han stretched out a hand. He grabbed the battle spar. This thing was really too fast. Even if he used lightning flash, he would not be able to throw it off his tail. Ka. Cold ice formed, and this transparent battle spear was frozen solid, pushing Ling Han backwards such that he slid back at least 300 meters, and only stopped when he was forced back against the doors to the ship's hold. But the force of the battle spear was not expended fully yet. It twisted Ling Han's arm, and the tip of the spear stabbed into his chest, creating a groove from the force, and only then did all its power finally disperse. Ling Han's physique was really too tough. Even this kind of impact was unable to penetrate his skin, and could only create a small groove in his body. Zai Bingyun's beautiful face had a drastic change in expression. This strike was not an ordinary blow. It was created by her using the power of her ethereal divine fetus, but even so, it was unable to harm Ling Han in the slightest, and this was something she could not accept. Could it be that the other party was also a divine fetus, but not one that was focused on offensive, but leaned more in the direction of defenses? For example, something like Chaos Element Rock Divine Fetus. Additionally, how had he managed to grab her battle spear? That was a battle spear that had been formed through the ethereal divine fetus, and could not be touched by any celestial technique. Why was it said that regulations of space and time were frightening? That was because they were much stronger than other regulations before attaining celestial king tier. For example, this battle spear was definitely not something that a severing mundane tier could touch. This involved a very high grade of space regulations. This was also why divine fetus was terrifying. That was because a divine fetus could draw on regulations that exceeded their own cultivation level. Faced with this strike from her, a severing mundane tier could only think of some way to take the strike head-on, and depend on his defenses to survive this blow, or choose to fight attack with attack. Yet Ling Han had actually grabbed the battle spear with water element regulations. Impossible. Even if Ling Han was a water element divine fetus, space regulations would overwhelm all the 5 elements before Celestial King tier. How could Ling Han have possibly managed to touch her ethereal battle spear? Strange, incredibly strange. This guy was covered completely in a shroud of strangeness. Chapter 1793, Fire Burning the Backside. Naturally, Zai Bingyun could not possibly imagine that the water regulations that Ling Han was using did not come from a divine fetus, but were rather the Xianin source water. One of the 9 great source waters of the Celestial Realm, Celestial King tier level. When one reached Celestial King tier, every living creature was equal. No regulation was inferior or superior to the others, so what was so strange about Ling Han having managed to get hold of the ethereal battle spear? Ling Han's eyes were cold. He had never been the type that was willing to suffer in silence. After crushing the battle spear into nothing, he immediately charged out at Zai Bingyun. The divine demon sword unleashed a divine light, and patterns of great Tao appeared. After advancing to a pseudo-celestial tool, the divine demon sword's own might was finally beginning to show. This was a future celestial tool, and thus, like the 9 heavens flame and Xianin source water, possessed might above its own cultivation level. Die. Ling Han's black locks flew upwards, while his expression was grim, his killing intent blazing. Looking at his appearance, no one doubted that he was determined to commit murder at this moment, and he really would kill Zai Bingyun. This caused everyone's hearts to tremble, and even their scalps had gone numb. What kind of person is he? It should be known that Zai Bingyun was the descendant of a Celestial King tier force, and was an heir at that, and you actually wanted to kill her? If Ling Han had really succeeded, everyone here would be in deep trouble. Once a Celestial King was angered, the heavens would collapse, and the earth would shake in fear. But even being completely aware of this, Ling Han still dared to brandish his sword without the slightest hesitation. Merely this courage was enough to make others feel impressed. Bewitching Maiden Ro felt like this was the first time she had seen Ling Han. She stared at Ling Han dumbly. That kind of determination, that kind of willpower pierced into her heart like a sharp arrow. In comparison, Luo Changfeng instantly seemed negligible. Strength was the most basic measuring standard for cultivators, but it was definitely not the only consideration. Willpower was also not something that could be missed. It was said that the path of every Celestial King tier to success was incredibly harsh and filled with tribulations. Without an incredibly firm willpower, how could they have possibly managed to reach the finishing line? Ling Han being able to become a Celestial King in future was one thing, but his decisive determination, his willpower that did not allow him to submit to those in power, did at least fulfill one of the conditions for becoming a Celestial King. Of course, even if all the conditions were fulfilled, the possibility of becoming a Celestial King would still have to depend on fate and luck. It was really that difficult. In the eyes of Bewitching Maiden Ro, Ling Han's figure became larger and larger, and also forced out Luo Changfeng's image. This did not mean that she had fallen in love with Ling Han, but if she had to make the choice of a Tao partner now, then she would definitely choose Ling Han over Luo Changfeng. The heart of a woman was really that elusive. The Empress showed a slight smile. This kind of man made her feel proud. Ignorance. Zai Bingyun smirked coldly, and her slender hand delivered a series of strikes. Her long sword slashed out rapidly, and even the space itself had become chaotic. She was an ethereal divine fetus and could control space. Before Celestial King tier, this was one of the strongest regulations there was. Ling Han charged forwards, yet realized that his speed actually slowed down endlessly. Zai Bingyun was clearly just 30 meters ahead of him, but he was unable to get close to her even in the time for half a breath. On the other hand, Zai Bingyun's strike had caused a ripple in Great Tao, forming innumerable battle spears that pierced out towards him at an astonishing speed. It was not Ling Han whose speed had become slow, nor was it that Zai Bingyun's attacks had become faster, but rather that she was controlling space, causing the distance Ling Han would have to rush over become endlessly long, while the attacks she shot out seemed like they were taking a shortcut. Did she think that he did not have a grasp over the regulations of space? Banishment. Ling Han pushed out a hand, and banished all the regulations of space that filled the air in front of him. Shua, his figure immediately sped up and rapidly rushed towards Zai Bingyun, and also precisely because of this, The battle spears formed of regulations that covered the skies missed their target. What? Zai Bingyun showed an expression of shock. Ling Han was actually capable of using the regulations of space as well. She was really dumbfounded. How could this be? Could it be that the other party also possessed a space element bloodline? No. Even if he did, that would not be enough to oppose her own divine fetus, unless he was also a space element divine fetus, but that was really too unbelievable. The more logical explanation was that he had refined a space element celestial medicine. What a waste of resources. Zai Bingyun rebuked through gritted teeth. If she had been able to consume this kind of celestial medicine, her grasp of the space regulations would definitely improve further, and she would also develop more power from her divine fetus. Furthermore, other celestial medicines could still be cultivated, but space element celestial medicines were completely impossible to cultivate. That was because this kind of celestial medicine grew in the cracks of space. Otherwise, they could not possibly absorb space regulations, so they could only be discovered and not sought. The heavens were just. In a battle of equals, those that had a grasp of space element secret techniques would have stronger battle prowess, but to improve their cultivation level, the difficulty was also far higher than others. This kind of celestial medicine was completely wasted when refined by one whose main focus of cultivation was not space regulations, causing her heart to ache and fury to rise. You actually dare waste a celestial medicine? I will kill you, she roared in fury. Ling Han humphed coldly. Is there something wrong with your brain? What business is it of yours whether I waste celestial medicines or not? Furthermore, don't you think you have too high an opinion of yourself? For me it is a waste and for you it is not? The two of them fought fiercely. They were both a king among kings. One had a higher cultivation level, but the other had a freakish physique. Even if Zai Bingyun was the heiress of a celestial king tier force, she actually did not have a better plan against Ling Han. Ling Han had also become seriously angry as the battle progressed. Using flame control technique, boom, the nine heavens flame became a fiery arrow that shot out quickly at an extraordinarily fast speed. The nine heavens flame was one of the ancestral flames of the heaven and earth, reaching celestial king tier level. Being boosted with Ling Han's flame control technique that was similarly celestial king tier level now, just how powerful was it? At first, Zai Bingyun did not take it seriously. She only knew that Ling Han possessed astonishing accomplishment in terms of water regulations, but one's energy was limited. How could he possibly spend great effort to study every single regulation? Thus, she thought that this blow from Ling Han was extremely ordinary. She still waved her sword in a slash towards Ling Han, though her right hand lowered, striking out towards the fiery arrow. She wanted to extinguish this mere spark of fire, but when her palm strike landed, only then did she realize the danger she was in. But it was too late. Boom, the nine heavens flame exploded, turning into a furious blaze that threatened to overwhelm the heavens. Zai Bingyun released a cry of both fury and shock. The power of space trembled wildly. Shio, a wrinkle appeared in a distant area, and then a woman leaped out. Who could it be but Zai Bingyun? As expected of a divine fetus and the heiress of a celestial king tier force, she managed to escape even under such circumstances. However, everyone's eyes were focused on Zai Bingyun, and they could see that a part of the clothing covering her behind had been burnt to nothing, revealing one side of her delicate, fair bottom. So white ****, so fragrant. This was the heiress of a celestial king tier force. Under normal circumstances, who would have been able to catch a glimpse of her backside? Thus, while knowing clearly this was improper, everyone was still unable to remove their eyes. Even Luo Changfeng was no exception. Zai Bingyun was dazed at first. Then her pretty face turned blood red. She hurriedly drew out a cape which she then tied at her waist, covering her bottom. Then, her eyes shooting fire, she glared at Ling Han furiously. Multiple symbols of great Tao appeared on her forehead and cheeks, her whole person exuding an ethereal aura. She was going to fully draw on the power of her divine fetus. If she did not kill Ling Han, she would die. Chapter 1794, Drawing a Line. Luo Changfeng hurriedly ran over to break up the fight, saying, "Lady Zai, calm down, calm down." It was clear that Ling Han's physique was far too powerful, so much so that Zai Bingyun would find it extremely difficult to suppress him even if she continued to fight against him. Moreover, Ling Han seemed to possess a limitless amount of different techniques, so it was possible that Zai Bingyun might experience the humiliation of having her bottom exposed again. Thus it was better to stop the fight now. Zai Bingyun was wild with fury, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. However, she resolutely turned around and returned to the battleship above her. She had a strong desire to kill Ling Han, yet she knew that she didn't have the ability to do so. As for seeking help from the elites on the battleship, she more so didn't have the face to do this. If Ling Han were at the dividing soul tier, the elites of the Zai clan would have immediately stepped forward to pummel him. After all, Ling Han would have been picking on the weak. Now, however, Ling Han was at the same cultivation level as Zai Bingyun. In fact, he was even at a slight disadvantage. Thus, would Zai Bingyun have the face to ask for help from the elites of her clan after losing to him? Would the Zai clan tolerate such a useless successor? Zai Bingyun knew that there were definitely elites from her clan observing this battle. They were her guardians and they were there to protect her from life-threatening dangers. At the same time, however, they were also there to observe her and analyze her performance. If her actions were unfitting for a clan successor, she would be immediately stripped of this position once she returned to the clan. The path of cultivation was far too difficult. Even though she was confident that she could reach the Immortal Palace tier by herself, she still needed the resources of her clan to reach the Ascending Origin tier. In fact, she might even need the help of a Celestial King. Otherwise, it would be incredibly difficult and time-consuming to complete this step. As such, she definitely couldn't lose her position as successor. However, she would definitely exact revenge one day. Half of her soft and supple bottom had been exposed, so she naturally didn't have the face to stay here any longer. If she didn't return to the battleship, where else would she go? So pale and beautiful, someone suddenly remarked. Everyone turned around only to see the large black dog. He was surprisingly on the battleship, and no one knew when he had returned. Apprehension crept into everyone's minds. If Zai Bingyun knew that the large black dog was present, perhaps she would explode with rage and command the battleship to open fire without any regard for the consequences. That would be equivalent to the attack of an Ascending Origin tier elite, and everyone present would be killed in the blink of an eye. Did the rage of a woman know any boundaries? To say nothing of them, even Luo Changfeng was slightly scared upon seeing this. He quickly returned to his own battleship. However, before he left, he didn't forget to send an invitation to Bewitching Maiden Ro and the Empress, asking them to come over to play. No one had succeeded in inviting them before. However, everyone understood Luo Changfeng's actions. After all, men always had their aspirations and dreams. Moreover, the Empress and Bewitching Maiden Ro were indeed breathtakingly beautiful and charming. One after another, everyone took their leave. This place was a ticking time bomb that might explode at any time, so it felt far too dangerous to remain. Little Han, you have some of Grandpa Dog's style. You know when to seize the opportunities. When fighting against beautiful women, you have to take some advantage of them no matter what. Grandpa Dog approves of you. The large black dog ran over, causing the members of the Fu clan to retreat in fright. This large black dog was the embodiment of misfortune. Those who came into contact with him would all be screwed over. In fact, Ling Han had become mortal enemies with a Celestial King tier force simply with the dogs waving to him. Fu Gaoyun felt as miserable as could be. How could he not? He was one of the 4 potential successors because he had received the support of the 2 great alchemists. This support was because of Ling Han. Now, however, Ling Han had offended the successor of a Celestial King tier force. As such, did Fu Gaoyun dare not to draw a line between himself and Ling Han? What would happen if he didn't draw a line between himself and Ling Han? The mighty beings in his clan would definitely kick him out from the position of potential successor. Otherwise, wouldn't it appear as if they were provoking a Celestial King tier force? Everything was because of the large black dog's greeting. His actions had completely destroyed Fu Gaoyun's enviable position. As such, was he not the embodiment of misfortune? Right now, even Qing Zhong and the others were wearing expressions of indecision. They were already considering drawing a line between themselves and Fu Gaoyun. Of course, this was if Fu Gaoyun didn't draw a line between himself and Ling Han. Ling Han was rendered speechless. The large black dog was as toxic as always, yet the target of his toxic tongue possessed an unfathomable background this time. His actions instantly isolated Ling Han from everyone else, and the gazes of the others were as if they wanted to get as far away from him as possible. "Brother Ling," Fu Gaoyun said. Ling Han waved his hand, signaling for him to stop. I won't drag Brother Fu into this mess. Farewell. Upon saying this, he immediately left the battleship with the Empress and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. Fu Gaoyun could also be considered as a friend, and Ling Han naturally wouldn't drag his friends into his own problems. He would take responsibility for his own actions. After all, who told him to come across a troublemaker in the large black dog? Fu Gaoyun sighed in his mind. He had to consider the bigger picture, so he could only apologize to Ling Han in his mind. He would deal with this when everything was over. However, would it be easy to escape after offending the successor of a Celestial King tier force? To say nothing of a Celestial King tier force, even the Fu clan would capture and control anyone who dared to humiliate him like that. When he became powerful enough, his clan would then allow him to personally exact revenge. He could only pray for Ling Han's safety and hope that he could successfully escape after entering the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm. Fortunately, he had already given the Blood Dragon armor to him. Little Han, wait for Grandpa Dog, the large black dog shouted as he chased after Ling Han. Little Black, are you the reincarnation of misfortune? Why does nothing good ever happen when you're around? Ling Han asked with a sigh. Who said? The large black dog retorted in displeasure. Don't slander me like that. Otherwise I'll gnaw your bum into mangled flesh. Say that young woman's bum was fairly shapely and supple. I'm sure it would feel amazing to grab. Are you truly a dog? Ling Han asked speechlessly. Brat, you can curse Grandpa Dog, but you can't slander Grandpa Dog. The large black dog patted his chest and said, I'm as authentic as can be, and I'm as purebred as can be. Meanwhile, the Empress' expression was extremely cold as she gazed at the large black dog. It was because of this foolish dog that Ling Han couldn't pursue that 9 Revolutions charm physique anymore. She was extremely ticked off about this. Fortunately, the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm was about to open soon, and they would still be able to come across Bewitching Maiden Row there. If push came to pull, she would simply convince Ling Han to force himself on that woman. With the Empress personality, she wouldn't feel a shred of guilt in doing this. Ling Han and his wives found a spot in the desolate plains to rest. Anyhow, they could use the Black Tower. Several days passed, and numerous additional battleships arrived in the surroundings. Among them, Ling Han saw a ship that carried the emblem of the Lunar Sect. Bei Xianming had definitely come. After all, he was only at the second severance. Perhaps other holy sons had come with him as well. Ling Han stroked his chin in thought. He had already offended Zai Bingyun, and Fu Gaoyun had more so drawn a line between the two of them. That being the case, he could wantonly cause trouble after entering the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm. Holy sons, holy daughters, and successors? He would kill them if they dared to provoke him. Did they think he was some small fry they could humiliate as they pleased? Boom. There was a loud rumble, and the mists on the desolate plain started to slowly dissipate, revealing a path. The Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm had opened. Chapter 1795. Opening of the Mystery Realm. The Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm finally opened. It opened once every 30 million years, and when it did so, a volcano inside the Mystery Realm would erupt and launch huge amounts of blood dragon stones into the surroundings. At the same time, this volcano would also suppress the violent aura of the Mystery Realm and allow cultivators to enter. This would cause a massive commotion that could be felt from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Thus, Ling Han and the others could naturally sense the opening of the Mystery Realm. Numerous figures leaped down from the battleships, and flew toward the entrance of the Mystery Realm. Most of them were dressed in a suit of crimson red armor, and only a small number of cultivators were dressed in ordinary clothes. The crimson red armor was naturally the Blood Dragon armor. If one didn't wear this, they would definitely die if they dared to enter the Mystery Realm. Those who were dressed in ordinary clothes definitely had a suit of Blood Dragon armor hidden underneath their clothes. If they didn't, that would be seeking death. Huh. Where's my Blood Dragon armor? Someone suddenly exclaimed in a tragic voice. It's with Grandpa Dog. Let me borrow it for a while and I'll return it to you later, the large black dog said as he flew into the distance. Instead of wearing his usual iron underwear, he was now dressed in a suit of crimson red armor. However, because the armor had been designed for humans, the detestable dog naturally looked extremely peculiar after wearing it. Moreover, he was forced to stand upright. However, his speed was still astonishingly quick. Give it back! the person roared as he chased after the large black dog. Pay. How stingy. And to think that Grandpa Dog specifically chose you. The large black dog said in disdain. With a few bounds, he instantly disappeared from the person's sight. Who wants to be chosen by you? The person cursed in his mind, yet he didn't dare to follow the large black dog into the hidden dragon mystery realm. He could only stomp his feet in anger and frustration. He had waited for 30 million years, and after much difficulty, he had finally obtained a spot to enter the mystery realm. However, his blood dragon armor had been stolen from him just like that. He could only stare at the others in envy and jealousy. No, I also have to steal a suit of armor. He gazed at someone beside him and immediately leaped over, attempting to steal their armor. However, his target naturally started to resist and counterattack. Moreover, how many people were crowded near the entrance? It was inevitable that their battle started to affect the nearby cultivators as well. A massive brawl instantly broke out. Pung pung pung. This was a scene of absolute chaos, with flashes of divine light and bursts of regulation soaring through the air. Ling Han couldn't help but feel impressed. The large black dog was definitely a supreme troublemaker. Ling Han die. Several elites of the Fu clan started to attack Ling Han. Ling Han had violated Zai Bingyun just then, and even though Fu Gaoyun had already drawn a line between himself and Ling Han, just this alone wouldn't be enough to appease the Celestial King tier force. The Fu clan had to make a statement no matter what. Of course, the underlings of Fu Xiuping, Fu Bingbing, and Fu Tonghai genuinely wanted to kill Ling Han. These three potential successors all had underlings who were freaks among the severing mundane tier, and these freaks could be regarded as invincible at their cultivation level. Right now, three of them had charged forward to attack Ling Han. Ling Han raised a brow, and he was just about to charge over to meet their attacks. On second thought, however, he grabbed the Emperor's hand, and started to sprint toward the entrance of the mystery realm instead. There was no need to fight against them at this moment. After all, defeating each of them would take a huge amount of time and effort. In fact, he might even need to unleash his trump cards in the form of Nine Heavens Flame and the Shenin Source Water. Moreover, defeating them wouldn't yield any benefits. As such, why should he fight against them? As for the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, she had already entered the Black Tower. They only had 2 suits of blood dragon armor, so she couldn't enter the hidden dragon mystery realm anyway. A menacing glint flashed across the Empress' eyes. These people actually dared to unleash killing intent toward her husband? Had they grown tired of living? After activating his lightning flash, Ling Han and the Empress quickly disappeared in the mist that shrouded the entrance of the mystery realm. Even though the mystery realm had already opened, the expanse of mist before it still hadn't fully dissipated. It was simply less dense than before. Outside the mystery realm, Chen Zhao Tian, Beiyu Xiong, Ting Sen, and the others all appeared with their underlings. There was killing intent in their eyes as they gazed at Ling Han's disappearing figure. If they managed to kill Ling Han, wouldn't it mean that they could potentially become acquainted with the Zai clan? If Zai Bingyun just so happened to develop feelings for one of them, perhaps they would be able to marry the successor of a Celestial King tier force. At that time they could then walk toward the pinnacle of life. Die. They came to a decision in their minds. If they came across Ling Han in the mystery realm, they would kill him without any mercy. Let's go. They started to enter the mystery realm. After a while, Zai Bingyun also flew over from her battleship. However, she looked to be brimming with confidence as she entered the mystery realm alone. Not long later, Luo Changfeng also appeared and entered the mystery realm by himself. There was a faint smile on his face, and it was as if everything was in his grasp. Let's go, Fu Gaoyun said with a wave of his hand. Upon seeing Ling Han enter the hidden dragon mystery realm, he silently prayed for his safety in his mind. He hoped that Ling Han could take advantage of the mystery realm to escape from the Zai clan. Cheng Zhong and the others nodded in acknowledgement as they followed Fu Gaoyun into the mystery realm. Separation Resentment City. This 3-star city was as calm as always. Although there were still 2 major tiers above the Immortal Palace tier, the Ascending Origin tier and the Celestial King tier, there would be fewer and fewer elites at such profound cultivation levels. Thus, 3-star forces were definitely powerful and influential forces in the celestial realm. The soldiers stationed outside the city gates were feeling extremely relaxed. After all, the previous time that Separation Resentment City had been assaulted was over 1.7 billion years ago. At that time there had been an intense conflict with the Qi clan, the neighboring 3-star force, and the Qi clan had sent 11 Immortal Palace tier elites to attack the Separation Resentment City. The Fu clan had paid a huge price that time, with 1 Immortal Palace tier elite dying and 5 other elites suffering grave wounds. Even up until now, they still hadn't managed to fully recover from their wounds. Meanwhile, the Qi clan hadn't fared much better. As such, they had no option but to end the battle. If the battle had continued, both clans would have been digging their own graves and benefiting the other forces. However, it was also because of this extended period of peace that the soldiers stationed outside the city gates had become lazy and carefree. Some were sitting with their legs crossed, and others were lying on the ground and sleeping. "Enemy assault," a guard suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. He had only noticed the black figure that was streaking toward Separation Resentment City after coincidentally raising his head. "Hurry, sound the alarm," a guard shouted as he hurriedly jumped off a rock. The other soldiers glanced up, only to see that the black figures were actually numerous dragonhawks. There was a female rider on each dragonhawk, and the woman in the lead was dressed in a suit of golden armor. She was beautiful and mighty, and she looked much like a goddess of war. The soldiers fell to their knees upon seeing this. They felt as if their hearts were about to explode in apprehension. That woman was far too powerful. "Who comes? Since you've come to my Fu clan, is there any need to act so haughty and domineering?" An aged voice asked. This voice had traveled over from Heaven Departing City, and it was as loud and deafening as the toll of a bell. The woman in the lead casually waved her hand, causing her dragonhawk to immediately stop and hover in the sky. At the same time, the 10 dragonhawks behind her also stop in unison. "Is there someone called Ling Han in Separation Resentment City?" the woman asked. Her voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly traveled into the city. "Friend, you've barged into my Fu clan, and you're acting with such arrogance and haughtiness. Do you think my Fu clan is an easy target?" "Shio." A figure instantly shot over before proudly standing in the sky. This was an ancestor of the Fu clan, and he was an Immortal Palace tier elite. Chapter 1796, Mysterious Female Knight. The woman cast a cold glance at the old ancestor, and it was as if she viewed him not as an Immortal Palace tier elite, but rather as a mere ant. Just how much contempt was she showing? The old ancestor was called Fu Dongxue, and he had already reached the Immortal Palace tier hundreds of billions of years ago, granting him a limitless lifespan. He wasn't the strongest elite of the Fu clan, and he could, in fact, be considered as one of the weakest. However, an Immortal Palace tier elite was an Immortal Palace tier elite after all, and one could be regarded as a supreme elite even if they had only cultivated a single secret palace. If anyone else dared to treat him with such contempt, he would have already charged over and smacked them to death. However, he didn't dare to attack this woman. This was because she was also at the Immortal Palace tier. Moreover, after reaching this major tier, it was already impossible to determine each other's specific cultivation level unless they released their aura. It was because of this that Fu Dongxue felt slightly apprehensive, and didn't dare to rashly attack her. He was afraid of coming up against a brick wall. As an old ancestor, if he were defeated at the entrance of his clan, that would be a humiliating matter that would accompany him forever. Even so, Fu Dongxue was still brimming with confidence. Even though he was up against 11 people, only their leader had reached the Immortal Palace tier. The remaining people were all at the Dividing Soul tier. This was indeed a supremely powerful group of cultivators, yet they were only strong enough to gain the attention of the Fu clan. They were still far too weak to frighten the Fu clan. Of course, the Fu clan naturally didn't wish to battle against Immortal Palace tier elites if they didn't need to. After all, doing so would result in huge losses for both sides. "Where's Ling Han?" the female knight asked coldly. Her gaze was as haughty as could be. "Ling Han? Who's Ling Han?" Although Ling Han had shot to fame recently, his matters still hadn't been significant enough to capture the attention of Immortal Palace tier elites. Thus, Fu Dongxue naturally didn't recognize his name. "Shio." Right at this moment, a shuttle shot over at an incredible speed before grinding to a sudden halt. A tall and skinny elder leaped out from the shuttle, and he swept his gaze around the surroundings before saying, "Old Monster Shui, I'm here to ask for a person." His voice was like thunder as it boomed through the air. Fu Dongshue's pupils contracted slightly and he asked, "Han Luo, what's the meaning of this? You actually ran over here to ask for a person?" Han Luo was an ancestor of the Han clan, a 3-star force. He was also an Immortal Palace tier elite, and like Fu Dongxue, he had also cultivated a single secret palace. The two of them had battled against each other 100 or so times during their incredibly long lifetime, and it could be said that they were extremely familiar with each other. Humph! An audacious brat destroyed the physical body of a junior of my clan in the ancient realm. Not only that, but he's provoked the Han clan time and time again. Our ancient ancestor has already issued a clan order to kill this brat. Han Luo said. Fu Dongxue frowned upon hearing this. The ancient ancestor of the Han clan had actually issued a clan order? This signified that the Han clan was hellbent on killing their target. However, which brat had dared to act with such audacity? Whom are you looking for? He asked. Ling Han. Puh. Fu Dongxue instantly choked upon hearing this, and his expression became as strange as could be. Ling Han, it's Ling Han again. Who in the world is this brat? He actually attracted 2 Immortal Palace tier elites to the Fu clan? Perhaps Fu Dongxue had never heard of this name before, but he would certainly never forget it again after today. If he learned that Ling Han had also offended the female successor of the Zai clan, perhaps he would be so shocked that he would spit out a mouthful of blood. This Ling Han was definitely a sign of misfortune. Fu Dongxue turned to the woman and asked, Friend, has the brat Ling Han also wounded members of your clan? Since Ling Han wasn't a member of the Fu clan, nor a member of the Fu clan's subordinate forces, Fu Dongxue naturally wouldn't hesitate in sentencing him to death. After all, the Fu clan definitely couldn't start a conflict with the Han clan or any other 3-star force because of a measly brat like Ling Han. However, he was feeling hesitant because Han Luo and the woman had clearly come from 2 different forces. As such, whom should he hand the brat to? The female knight's gaze was cold and she impatiently said, Are you going to hand him over or not? Why are you spewing so much nonsense? Fu Dongxue was almost angered to death. I'm also an Immortal Palace tier elite, so what's with your attitude? Moreover, it's you who's asking me for a person, not the other way around. Your attitude is far too arrogant and haughty, no? Upon hearing the woman's words, Han Luo immediately turned to her and said in a firm voice, Friend, Ling Han belongs to the Han clan. The Han clan wasn't simply seeking Ling Han to exact revenge. Instead, they were also lusting over the secret techniques that he possessed. In the beginning, they had suspected that Ling Han was the successor of some celestial king tier force. However, after pondering over this for a while, they discovered that he wasn't worthy of holding such a position. That being the case, they concluded that Ling Han had obtained the inheritance and treasures of a deceased celestial king. As such, they definitely had to capture him no matter what so that they could extract his soul and obtain his secrets. Ling Han definitely couldn't fall into the hands of others. The female knight glanced at Han Luo and asked, Are you threatening me? Her gaze was ice-cold and emotionless. Han Luo's heart shuddered, and it was as if it were about to leap into his throat. This was a terrible feeling and he almost jumped up to throw a punch at the woman. It was as if she were a formidable beast. He was utterly astounded. The woman was clearly at the Immortal Palace tier, so why did he feel such overwhelming pressure from her? The Han clan must personally kill Ling Han. Friend, if Ling Han has also offended you, the result will be the same if the Han clan deals with him, Han Luo said. His tone was much softer than before. The female knight frowned upon hearing this. There was impatience on her face and she said, Hurry up and piss off. Otherwise, I'll kill you right here and now. Her piercing gaze swept over, and a boundless killing intent instantly surged toward Han Luo. Even the sky shuddered slightly. Han Luo couldn't help but feel apprehension. However, he immediately exploded in rage. He was an Immortal Palace tier elite, and he could be regarded as a powerful elite no matter where he went. In fact, he would be highly valued even if he went to a Celestial King tier force. Yet, this woman actually wanted to kill him? Fuck. If the tiger doesn't roar, you'll think I'm an ill cat. Han Luo said in a cold voice. If he didn't show his might, it was clear that the woman would continue to act all high and mighty. At the end of the day, everything still revolved around power. The woman shot a cold glance at Han Luo before extending her right hand and smacking it toward him. You're seeking death. How audacious. Han Luo roared. This woman was far too domineering and wanton. After shouting this, however, his jaw involuntarily dropped, and his eyes involuntarily widened. This was because the female knight's attack had caused large swathes of divine iridescent clouds to form in the sky. At the same time, the great Tao transformed into soaring columns that plummeted down toward him. This was far too powerful. This was far too terrifying. Fifth secret. Fu Dongxue exclaimed in a quivering voice. His hands were shaking in fear. What was an immortal palace? In fact, the Immortal Palace tier should have been referred to as the Immortal Organs tier. This major tier involved cultivating one's internal organs into secret palaces. The organs of importance were the heart, the liver, the spleen, the lungs, and the kidneys. After cultivating all 5 of these organs into secret palaces, one would have reached the pinnacle of the Immortal Palace tier. In other words, the Immortal Palace tier had a total of 5 minor levels. Fu Dongxue had only cultivated a single secret palace, so his cultivation level could be referred to as the first secret, first palace, or first immortal palace. However, once the woman unleashed her attack, he immediately realized that she was a 5th secret elite. When a 4th Severance cultivator attacked a 1st Severance cultivator, what would the result be? An instant kill. When a Heaven Soul elite attacked a Yang Soul elite, what would the result be? Instant kill. So, when a 5th secret elite attacked a 1st secret elite, what would the result be? It would naturally be an instant kill. Boom. Divine iridescent clouds surged into the surroundings, and the glow of the regulations suffused through the sky. At the same time, Han Luo's figure comprehensively vanished. He had been annihilated into nothingness. Fu Dongshue's legs started to tremble uncontrollably. An Immortal Palace tier elite, someone who could act as he pleased in the surrounding millions of large cities, had been insta-killed by someone just like that. Both his body and his divine sense had been completely obliterated. Where in the world is this female knight from? Chapter 1797, Rock Palace? Celestial King Tier Sect. Fu Dongxue drew a sharp breath. He had a feeling that things were about to get messy. Han Luo had died in Separation Resentment City, a territory of the Fu clan. Regardless of what they said, the Fu clan definitely couldn't push the blame away from themselves. In fact, there was even a possibility that a full-scale conflict would erupt between them and the Han clan. However, what could Fu Dongxue say? The female knight was a 5th secret elite, and he was as helpless as a measly ant before her. Who in the world is Ling Han? How has he caught the attention of 2 3-star forces? In fact, he's even led to the death of an Immortal Palace tier elite. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Friend, I'll go and investigate right away." Unbeknownst to him, his voice had already softened considerably, and his expression had already become respectful and apprehensive. This woman was a 5th secret elite. Even the Fu clan only had one such elite. As he flew back to Heaven Departing City, Fu Dongxue ordered his subordinates to investigate Ling Han and his whereabouts. At the same time, he notified the other mighty figures of the Fu clan that a 5th secret elite had come. He was completely incapable of dealing with her. It wasn't long before many powerful elites arrived. They proudly stood in the sky, with some of them completely visible, some of them shrouded in mists of chaos, and some of them shrouded in auras of the Great Tao. There were 9 elites in total, and they were the only 9 Immortal Palace tier elites of the Fu clan. Moreover, Fu Xinbing, the most powerful elite of the Fu clan, was also present among them. He was surrounded and protected by the other elites, and judging from his appearance he only looked to be around 30 years old. In fact, this was after he had purposefully made himself appear older. Otherwise he would only look to be around 20 years old. Right now, Fu Xinbing was observing the female knight. This woman seemed profound and mysterious, and if they were to do battle, he wouldn't have any confidence in defeating her. After a short while, they received a report with Ling Han's information. Expressions of astonishment spread across the 9 powerful elites' faces as they quickly scanned the report with their divine sense. Ling Han's actions were indeed fairly freakish. However, it still seemed to be a stretch that he could catch the attention of 2 Immortal Palace tier elites. Moreover, the female knight had even killed Han Luo after a brief and seemingly trivial argument. Wasn't she afraid of the Han clan seeking revenge? Strangely enough, they couldn't determine the female knight's background no matter what. There was a fish-like yet also bird-like emblem on the Dragonhawk saddle, and with their paucity of experience, they were completely unable to determine which force this emblem belonged to. "My apologies, Ling Han has already entered the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm," Fu Dongxue said after receiving a divine sense message from Fu Dongxue. He revealed the truth to the female knight. Moreover, his voice was loud and clear now that the old ancestor was standing beside him. He was filled with renewed confidence. The female knight pondered for a moment before asking, "Where's the hidden dragon mystery realm located?" Fu Xinbing finally opened his mouth saying, "Friend, you want to head to the hidden dragon mystery realm to find Ling Han?" "Nonsense," the female knight said without restraint. Were these people retards? Had she flown here from the western celestial realm simply to have a cup of tea in their *TTY little city? Impudence! An elite of the Fu clan roared in anger. This woman was far too audacious and wanton. Not only had she killed an elite at their doorstep, she was even disrespecting their old ancestor now. Did she truly think that the Fu clan was an easy target? Fu Xinbing was slightly displeased and he said, "Friend, you've killed an immortal palace tier elite of the Han clan at the doorstep of my Fu clan. Regarding this matter, you have to give me a satisfactory explanation. The Fu clan can't shoulder this responsibility for you." The female knight became even more impatient and she said, "What Han clan and Fu clan? If you want an explanation, you're welcome to come to the Rock Palace. My sect is willing to accept your challenge regardless of who you are." Rock Palace. The elites of the Fu clan exchanged puzzled glances. Is there such a force in the surroundings? There definitely isn't. To say nothing of 3-star forces, such a force didn't exist even among the 4-star forces and 5-star forces. Gasp. This person isn't an elite of the Qi clan, right? Is she purposefully disguising herself as a member of the Rock Palace or whatnot to shift the blame to someone else? Does she want to incite a deadly conflict between the Han clan and the Fu clan? However, the likelihood of this was extremely low. This was because the Qi clan only had a single 5th secret elite, and this elite certainly wasn't the female knight before them. One could disguise their appearance, but they couldn't disguise the regulations that they wielded. In other words, the elite of the Qi clan and the female knight before them were two completely different people. Moreover, it was extremely unlikely that she had calculated everything so precisely and come here at just the right moment to kill Han Luo. This was most likely a coincidence. Strange. What in the world is the Rock Palace? Friend, why don't you stay here for a few days? Anyhow, the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm has already opened, and it will remain open for at least 10 or so years, Fu Xinbing said. He planned to immediately notify the Han clan of the matters here, and when the members of the Han clan arrived, it would be up to them how they dealt with the situation. In any case, this had nothing to do with the Fu clan. The female knight became even more impatient and she said, "I'm asking you for the location of the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm. I didn't ask for your suggestions." "Friend, aren't you perhaps taking things a little too far?" a 3rd secret elite said. Their old ancestor was standing right beside them, so he was naturally unafraid. "Bunch of fools. You're asking for trouble," the female knight said coldly. She raised her right hand. Boom. Regulations gathered, and the surroundings instantly transformed into a sea of water element Great Tao. Rumble. A colossal fish that was as large as a mountain leaped out from the water, and crashed toward the 9 powerful elites of the Fu clan. Impudence. Fu Xinbing roared in fury. This woman was far too domineering and audacious. She had charged into the Fu clan, and not only had she killed an elite of the Han clan, but she was even attacking the elites of the Fu clan now. Fu Xinbing was rendered completely speechless. He immediately counterattacked, and the 8 other Immortal Palace tier elites also unleashed attacks of their own. This wasn't a sparring session, but rather a battle of resistance to prevent the Fu clan from being humiliated by an outsider. Thus, they naturally didn't need to worry about bullying others with numbers. The colossal fish surged over, causing water element regulations to suffuse the sky. After a while, the surroundings returned to a state of peace and tranquility. The female knight was unfazed as she sat on her dragon hawk, while the 9 elites of the Fu clan were disheveled and in a complete mess. Fu Xinbing was no exception, with his hair loose and his clothes drenched in blood. The 9 powerful elites were completely stunned. What kind of power was this? So be it if the other elites had been suppressed. However, Fu Xinbing was a 5th secret elite. Moreover, he had also had the assistance of 8 other Immortal Palace tier elites. Yet, he had still been defeated in a single strike. Just how great was the gulf between their power? Gasp. It was extremely likely that this woman wouldn't need to spend much energy if she genuinely wanted to destroy the Fu clan. How could there exist such a powerful immortal palace tier elite? Old ancestor, a youth who was standing beneath them, stammered. He was extremely afraid, yet he still spoke to grab their attention. The 9 powerful elites were extremely displeased. What kind of time was this? Was this a time for some measly Genesis tier cultivator to stick their nose in? However, they didn't have the time or effort to scold this junior. After all, the female knight before them was far too terrifying. Old ancestor, I know about the existence of the Rock Palace, the youth continued. Although he was scared to death, he knew that this was an extremely rare opportunity to speak to the 9 Grand Elders. Having spoken to them, who in the Fu clan would dare not to give him face in the future? The 9 elites finally paid attention to him. Fu Dongxue signaled with his eyes, and Fu Dongxue immediately understood his intentions. He hovered down and lifted the youth into midair before saying, "Speak. Not long ago, young Master Yun tasked me with investigating the whereabouts of the Rock Palace. After spending a huge amount of effort, I finally obtained some useful information from a merchant who travels the boundless seas. As it turns out, the Rock Palace is located in the Western Celestial Realm." Western Celestial Realm? No wonder they had never heard of the Rock Palace before. To say nothing of the distance between the Eastern Celestial Realm and the Western Celestial Realm, even Celestial King tier forces in the same continent would know very little about each other. After all, the Celestial Realm was unfathomable in size. The youth paused for a moment before saying, "The Rock Palace is a Celestial King tier force." Puh. The 9 powerful elites of the Fu clan immediately choked and spluttered upon hearing this. They broke into fits of coughing, and their expressions became as shocked and astounded as could be. Although we've named the force the Rock Palace, the animal referred to is actually the Kunpeng. Chapter 1798. Coincidence. Celestial King Tier Force. Celestial King Tiers were the paramount elites of the Celestial Realm, and Celestial King Tier forces were the most powerful forces in the entire world. Who could rival such juggernaut forces? Fu Xinbing and the other elites almost wet their pants in fright, and their heads were completely numb with apprehension. No wonder the female knight was so powerful. As it turned out, she was an elite from a Celestial King Tier force. They were both at the 5th secret, yet the female knight was practicing a Celestial King Tier technique. As such, it was only natural that her battle prowess was far superior to his. Gasp. Who in the world was Ling Han? He actually had links to a Celestial King Tier force? They were almost certain that Ling Han hadn't defended the Rock Palace. After all, they were separated by the boundless seas, so how could a measly severing mundane tier cultivator offend them? Moreover, that was a Celestial King Tier force. Even if Ling Han were 100 times more audacious, would he dare to offend them? However, they had clearly underestimated Ling Han's tendency to cause trouble. At this moment he had already offended the Zai clan. Where is the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm located? The female knight asked in extreme impatience. Fu Xinbing hurriedly and respectfully told her the location of the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm. Before an elite from a Celestial King Tier force, he didn't dare to act arrogantly at all. The female knight couldn't care less about Fu Xinbing's obsequious attitude, and she immediately patted her dragon hawk, commanding it to turn around and instantly soar into the distance. The 10 female knights behind her quickly patted their dragon hawks and followed her lead. Only when these female knights vanished into the distance did Fu Xinbing breathe a sigh of relief. He was drenched in cold sweat. The female knight had shown no hesitation to kill, and she more so had the support of a powerful Celestial King Tier force. As such, she could act as wantonly as she wanted. Fu Xinbing pondered for a moment before saying, "Dongxue, go to the Han clan to explain the situation to them." The female knight could pat her hands and leave, yet the Fu clan still had to deal with the aftermath. Old ancestor, Fu Dongxue shuffled over and whispered, "I looked into Ling Han just then and this brat is truly a big troublemaker. He went to Dark Moon City not long ago, and he destroyed a severing mundane tier force. While he was at Black Moon City he also became enemies with the Shao clan, a 2-star force. Not only that, but there's also great animosity between him and Bei Xianming, the holy son of the lunar sect." Fu Xinbing frowned upon hearing this and he said, "Send someone to the Shao clan and tell them to behave themselves." Crap, the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm. The hidden dragon mystery realm had already opened, so what would happen if someone from the lunar sect killed Ling Han? The Rock Palace would definitely become infuriated, so what would they do at that time? If the Rock Palace were reasonable, they would still be able to watch on as outsiders. However, if the Rock Palace were unreasonable, what would they do if the Rock Palace decided to destroy them as an offering for Ling Han? More frighteningly, Fu Gaoyun had an extremely close relationship with Ling Han. As such, his 3 fellow potential successors were definitely extremely jealous of him. After entering the hidden dragon mystery realm, how could they not seize the opportunity to kill Ling Han? Gasp. If Ling Han were killed by a member of the Fu clan would definitely be done for. Hurry, send more people into the hidden dragon mystery realm. Tell them what's happened and have them protect Ling Han at all costs. Fu Dongxue hurriedly nodded and replied, understood. If Fu Xinbing knew that Ling Han had already offended another Celestial King tier force, just what kind of expression would he wear? Would he still insist on protecting him at all costs? He would definitely be as hesitant as could be. Ling Han was far too much of a troublemaker. Inside the hidden dragon mystery realm. Upon entering, one would be met with an expanse of suffusing mist. This mist was harmless, yet it would completely obstruct one's sight and divine sense. It was as if they had gone completely blind. After walking for 30 or so minutes, however, this mist would gradually dissipate, and allow them to more clearly see their surroundings. This was a large plain that was covered in grass that reached one's waist. This was a land that was filled with life and vitality, and as the gentle breeze blew by, the tall grass would undulate like a stretch of green waves. It was a spectacular sight. Many cultivators were sprinting forward at an incredible speed, and they quickly disappeared into the distance. A fiery current swirled through the land, and it radiated with a sour and sulfuric smell. Far away in the distance, one could also see a colossal mountain that towered into the clouds. Mist gently rolled off the mountain. In fact, this mountain was the volcano that unleashed lava into the surroundings, and suppressed the violent aura of the mystery realm. However, the lava would transform the surrounding land into a scorching sea of heat, so the cultivators had to rely on their blood dragon armor to survive. Otherwise, they would be instantly incinerated into ashes by the powerful regulations of flames. According to rumors, dividing soul tier elites could rely on their own abilities to wander around the outer regions of the plane. Elites at the Immortal Palace tier could venture further in, yet they were still unable to reach the depths of the plane. Moreover, the more powerful one was, the more easily they would trigger a backlash from the violent aura of the mystery realm. After all, the violent aura had only been suppressed, not dissolved. As such, this mystery realm had become a place for severing mundane tier cultivators to explore and adventure. Ling Han was slightly astonished. He discovered that the origin flames in his body were churning around, and it was as if they were extremely intimate with the scorching heat waves in the surroundings. I have a feeling that these heat waves can't injure me, Ling Han said. He decided to remove his blood dragon armor. Otherwise, the heat waves would be kept a foot from his body. Be careful, the Empress hurriedly said in warning. Ling Han nodded and said, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. He slowly removed his blood dragon armor, and the heat waves in the surroundings instantly surged toward him like thirsty horses that had seen an oasis. They transformed into countless slithering fire snakes, and it was as if they were about to refine his body. Right at this moment, however, a supremely domineering aura radiated from Ling Han's body, and it was as if he were a high and mighty ruler. This was the Nine Heavens flame. The fire snakes instantly calmed down, and they started to slowly encircle his body. In fact, they even bowed slightly, and it was as if they were paying respects to their ruler. It can't be that coincidental, right? Ling Han exclaimed in astonishment. The Empress also came to a realization, and she said, perhaps this Celestial King tier force was the one that created the flame control technique? And perhaps they were also the previous owner of the Nine Heavens flame? Almost certainly. Otherwise, this reaction can't be explained, Ling Han said with a nod. Although he possessed an ancestral flame, regulations of flames that were more powerful than him could still threaten and wound him. The flames in this mystery realm were so powerful that even ascending origin tier elites needed to exert their full power to resist their might. Even so, they were still restricted to only wandering around the outer regions of the plane. Judging from this, one could imagine just how powerful the flames in this mystery realm were. As such, there could only be one explanation for why they didn't harm Ling Han. There seems to be an intangible will of the heavens, Ling Han said. I obtained the 9 heavens flame first and I then obtained the flame control technique from Bewitching Maiden Ro. Now, I've even entered the den of that celestial king. This is truly an amazing coincidence. The Empress nodded upon hearing this. She was also feeling respect and apprehension toward the intangible will of the heavens. Was there truly an intangible power that lay transcendent above all matter? Since we've already entered, there's no point pondering this anymore. Let's look around and hope we find some treasures, Ling Han said. He was extremely eager to advance to the third severance as doing so would allow him to kill Zai Bingyun. The Empress gently nodded in understanding. Anyhow, she would be happy as long as she was by Ling Han's side. Although they had an extra suit of blood dragon armor now, Ling Han still didn't let the heavenly phoenix divine maiden into the mystery realm. Her cultivation level was far too low, so even the blood dragon armor wouldn't be enough to help her resist the scorching heat of this mystery realm. If she insisted on entering, she would definitely suffer a fate of death. Ling Han and the Empress continued to advance. As they did so, they didn't forget to search for blood dragon stones. These were materials that could allow them to advance at an explosive speed. However, blood dragon stones were extremely difficult to find, and it was completely up to luck whether they could come across them or not. Ling Han's luck had always been decent, so it wasn't long before they came across a shiny red object. Picking it up, they discovered that it was indeed a blood dragon stone. As its name suggested, this was a blood-red stone. Huh! Ling Han suddenly exclaimed in surprise. His 9 heavens flames suddenly wavered, causing the blood dragon stone to instantly disintegrate and turn into ashes. At the same time, the essence within the blood dragon stone was completely absorbed into his body. Chapter 1799. Rabbit or Celestial Medicine? Blood dragon stones were extremely valuable cultivation items that could help one rapidly comprehend their cultivation level. Although blood dragon stones were of the fire element, the fact that they were at the level of the Great Tao meant that they possessed intricate links with all other elements. Thus, even cultivators who didn't practice techniques of the fire element could use blood dragon stones to comprehend the Great Tao. It was just that the effect would be slightly inferior compared to those who practiced techniques of the fire element. However, blood dragon stones couldn't be refined in one swift go, and one needed to slowly extract their essence bit by bit. The process was similar to that of refining star stones. Now, however, with a simple touch, Ling Han had instantly caused a blood dragon stone to disintegrate into and turn ashes. Not a single trace of it was left. One had to realize that refining blood dragon stones would usually result in a pile of scraps. Moreover, these scraps were the materials used to make the blood dragon armor. Otherwise, even Immortal Palace tier elites wouldn't be able to enter this mystery realm. Without the blood dragon armor, they were only capable of wandering around the outer regions of the plane. Is this because of the flame control technique? Or is it because of the 9 heavens flame? Ling Han asked as he looked toward the Empress. We can only find out after obtaining another blood dragon stone, the Empress replied. They continued to advance, and after 4 or so hours, they were blessed by the god of fortune again. They came across another blood dragon stone. This time it was the Empress who picked it up. However, unlike with Ling Han, the blood dragon stone didn't disintegrate and turn into ashes. The Empress then activated the flame control technique, and the blood dragon stone rapidly shrunk at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. However, it still left a layer of a shell. This speed of refinement was far superior to that of other cultivators, though it was still incomparable to Ling Han's. Sure enough, everything is related to that celestial king, Ling Han and the Empress said with certainty. It was because of his 9 heavens flame that Ling Han was able to refine the blood dragon stone quicker and more comprehensively. Bewitching Maiden Ro will definitely discover this phenomenon as well, Ling Han murmured. As long as she obtained a blood dragon stone, Bewitching Maiden Ro would immediately discover that she could refine it countless times quicker than before. Moreover, what kind of place was the hidden dragon mystery realm? According to rumors, it was the ruin of a celestial king tier force. With Bewitching Maiden Ro's intelligence, she would be bringing shame to her title of Holy Daughter if she couldn't discover the link between the two matters. Ling Han and the Empress continued to advance. This time, however, they didn't make a conscious effort to search for blood dragon stones. After all, once they confirmed the relationship between this mystery realm and the Celestial King, they would be able to do far more things. For example, they could directly go to the volcano and start digging there. Since Ling Han could ignore the regulation of flames here, he could naturally enter the depths of the volcano to obtain more blood dragon stones. Perhaps this mystery realm even contained cultivation techniques and other inheritances of the Celestial King. Stop. Stop. Hurry up and enter Grandpa Dog's bowl. This exclamation instantly caught Ling Han's and the Empress' attention. It was the large black dog again. A white figure and a red figure were rapidly dashing about in the distance. The white figure in front was a rabbit, and its entire body was covered in white fur. Meanwhile, its eyes were ruby red. With a skip and a hop, it continued to bounce away from the figure chasing it. At the same time, it didn't let go of the carrot in its hands. Behind this rabbit was the large black dog, and because of the crimson-red armor, his entire body was covered in red. Moreover, because he could only sprint on his hind legs, his movements looked extremely strange and uncanny. "Little rabbit, you can't escape," the large black dog exclaimed as he activated a teleportation technique, and instantly blocked the rabbit's path. There was a creepy smile on his face, and for those who weren't familiar with him, it was as if he wanted to commit some unspeakable crime against the rabbit. The white rabbit ground to a sudden halt before turning around and bouncing away in another direction. "T2I rabbit, your grandpa dog's dinner?" the large black dog shouted as he hurriedly chased after the rabbit again. His tongue was hanging out and drool was flying all over the place. When did this detestable dog become a glutton? Ling Han stroked his chin in thought. Perhaps being a glutton was also infectious. The large black dog was incredibly quick, and it could be said that his speed was already peerless among those at the severing mundane tier. With a few teleportations, he quickly caught up to the large white rabbit again. He then lunged over and tried to bite down. However, the large white rabbit managed to escape from his maw. Thereupon, the game of chase and escape resumed again. After several repetitions, the large white rabbit couldn't help but become angry, and its ruby-red eyes started to burn with flames. When the large black dog successfully blocked its path again, the large white rabbit didn't turn around to flee. Instead, it furiously opened its mouth. An astonishing sight appeared. The rabbit's mouth widened to at least 30 meters in size, and it transformed into something akin to a black hole. With a swoosh, it bent down and gobbled the large black dog up. The large white rabbit's mouth then returned to normal size, upon which it raised its carrot and started to nibble on it. It looked as harmless as could be. This? Ling Han and the Empress were astounded. Just then, the large white rabbit had still looked like a weak and helpless victim. In the blink of an eye, however, it had suddenly unleashed a terrifying might and gobbled the large black dog up. Had the large black dog been killed? After a brief moment, an expression of disgust spread across the large white rabbit's face. It opened its mouth to spit something out. Pooh! A blob of matter flew out and started to rapidly expand. This was none other than the large black dog. The large white rabbit then turned around, quickly disappearing into the distance with a bounce and a hop. "TTY rabbit, don't let Grandpa Dog capture you. Otherwise, I'll steam you and roast you," the large black dog shouted as he jumped around in frustration. His blood dragon armor was damaged and messy, and it was clear just how powerful the large white rabbit's digestion ability was. This was definitely due to the power of regulations. Otherwise, the blood dragon armor was completely able to rival the properties of 2-star pseudo-divine metal with its hardness and toughness. However, because it was impossible to cut and fuse blood dragon stones, it was naturally impossible to forge pseudo-celestial tools with them. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh and say, "Little Black, it's such a rare sight to see you suffering at the hands of others. Pay Grandpa Dog will definitely raid the burrow of that rabbit," the large black dog shouted. He then turned to Ling Han and said, "Brat, are you interested in teaming up with me? Did you truly think that was a rabbit?" Ling Han was astonished upon hearing this. "What? Don't tell me that was a celestial medicine? Hee, did you think Grandpa Dog would be so shallow? Did you think I would go to such lengths for a snack?" the large black dog said in disdain. "If you're not shallow, who is?" Ling Han said with laughter. "Piss off. Do you know how to chat properly?" the large black dog said in contempt. "Since it's celestial medicine, let's chase after it together," Ling Han said in eagerness. They started to follow the large white rabbit's trails. The large black dog's nose was extremely sensitive, and it was without a doubt that he was a born thief. After 2 hours or so they finally caught up to the large white rabbit. It was squatting on a small hill and happily nibbling on the carrot in its hands. When Ling Han had first seen the rabbit, the carrot in its hands had been 1 foot long. Despite the rabbit chewing on it for so long, the carrot was still strangely the same length. Fool, the true body of this celestial medicine is a valuable ginseng. The rabbit is merely a temporary body that it summoned, the large black dog said. As if it understood everything it continued, tisk tsk tsk. However, this celestial medicine has undergone some unexpected changes. It surprisingly possesses a powerful engulfing ability. Perhaps it's absorbed 2 regulations at once? Ling Han's eyes involuntarily lit up. The ability to engulf things was an extremely powerful regulation. In fact, this was an ability that would allow one to engulf all other regulations. Engulfing was equivalent to absorbing, and this was completely different from pure defense. What's the other regulation? Ling Han asked. It's a lightning element regulation, the large black dog replied. Otherwise, without the speed of lightning, how could it have fled from Grandpa Dog for so long? Grandpa Dog isn't boasting, but my speed is unrivaled among those below the level of Celestial King. You're boasting a little too much, no? Ling Han couldn't be bothered retorting him and he said, Do you have any good plan? Of course, the large black dog said with a nod. Rush over and capture the rabbit. Fuck. Isn't that nonsense? Chapter 1800, Double Loss. They definitely had to capture this celestial medicine. However, the most important thing was, how would they do so? Sure enough, he couldn't rely on the large black dog. Ling Han shook his head and cast these thoughts from his mind. He then directly charged over. As he leaped forward, he unleashed his flame control technique, immediately transforming his 9 heavens flame into a flaming blade that slashed at the celestial medicine. However, he certainly didn't want to damage the celestial medicine, so he would immediately retract his attack if it were truly about to strike the celestial medicine. Upon seeing Ling Han's attack, the large white rabbit immediately stopped nibbling on its carrot. It then quickly turned around to flee. Its speed was far too high. In fact, it was several times quicker than Ling Han even though it had only started moving after he had unleashed his attack. The large white rabbit forcefully created a huge distance between itself and Ling Han. Banish! Ling Han roared as he unleashed his regulations of space, and made a pressing motion at the void. However, the large white rabbit's reaction was extraordinary, and it managed to smoothly dodge this attack with a sudden stop and a quick turn. It then calmly bounced away, instantly disappearing into the distance. Ling Han was dumbfounded. This was the first time that his banishing technique had failed to work. Moreover, it was also the first time that it had failed to hit its target. The banishing technique wouldn't be effective simply after being unleashed. Rather, this technique had to strike its target for its effect to take place. For example, one could unleash this technique on themselves, on oncoming attacks, or even on the power of regulations. Everything could be banished. The only difference was how long different things could be banished for. In fact, even attacks from celestial kings could be banished. However, perhaps they could only be banished for 1/1,000,000,000 of a heartbeat before the banishing technique was comprehensively crushed. Anyhow, the problem right now was that the rabbit would evade the banishing technique before it even landed. As such, Ling Han's technique was rendered completely ineffective. The large black dog had said that this celestial medicine also possessed a lightning element regulation. By the looks of it, he wasn't wrong. Otherwise, there was simply no way the rabbit could be so agile and quick. The large black dog howled with laughter and said, "Ha! Little Han, hurry up and give chase. Go on, give chase." Ling Han rolled his eyes and said, "It's as if you can eat the celestial medicine if I can't capture it or something." "Of course," the large black dog said with a solemn nod. However, he immediately started to howl with laughter again, saying, "Anyway, I find it extremely funny. What are you going to do? Are you going to bite me? Rascal." Ling Han didn't want to stoop to the same level as the large black dog. This celestial medicine possessed the speed of lightning, so it was genuinely extremely difficult to capture. He had to think of another method. After a short while, they caught up to the celestial medicine once again. Perhaps the celestial medicine was stupid, or perhaps it was purposefully provoking them. In any case, it surprisingly hadn't run too far into the distance. Right now it was squatting on the ground and pretending to nibble on some medicine. Ling Han retrieved the 7 Lives Divine Cloud, and commanded it to persuade the large white rabbit. When it was necessary, he wasn't afraid of selling the body of his celestial medicines. "I won't sell my A*S," the 7 Lives Divine Cloud said gravely. However, Ling Han immediately kicked its bottom and sent it flying toward the large white rabbit. "Oh, Holy Mother of God!" Pum. It crashed into the ground before the large white rabbit. "Hi, I'm Little 7, the 7 Lives Divine Cloud said with an obsequious smile. "Brother, what's your name?" After staring at it for a moment, the large white rabbit's ruby-red eyes instantly lit up. It then lunged over and bit down at the 7 Lives Divine Cloud. "Good Lord!" the 7 Lives Divine Cloud exclaimed as it frantically turned around to flee. However, the large white rabbit was far too quick. With a crunch, it bit down on the bottom of the little deer that the 7 Lives Divine Cloud had transformed into. "Ah wow!" The 7 Lives Divine Cloud reared its deer head and furiously tried to break free. Pooh! It dashed forward, yet there was a gaping wound on its bottom. Medicinal juice spurted into the air, and was quickly sucked up by the large white rabbit. Not a single drop was wasted. "Holy sh*T! Save me!" The 7 Lives Divine Cloud shouted as it frantically sprinted toward Ling Han. "I'm not playing with that rabbit anymore. This isn't a case of selling my A*S at all. In fact, my A*S has been fucking bitten off." However, the large white rabbit wasn't willing to spare its prey, and it speedily chased after the 7 Lives Divine Cloud. Ling Han immediately lashed out. After all, he naturally wouldn't allow the large white rabbit to engulf his celestial medicine. His fist shot forward, and his 9 heavens flame transformed into a long whip that cracked down at the large white rabbit. The large white rabbit hadn't been interested in fighting before. After being pursued by the large black dog for so long, it had still quickly spat him back out after swallowing him. This time, however, it was brimming with fighting spirit. It furiously opened its giant black hole-like mouth. However, right after biting down, it immediately released its grip again. This was because the 9 heavens flame was far too terrifying. Fortunately, its Toatai mouth was only a mystical power and not its actual body. Otherwise it would have been burnt to a crisp. Even so, it still suffered severe wounds. After all, that was the 9 heavens flame. "Brat, my A*S has been devoured," the 7 Lives Divine Cloud wailed in agony. Even though it could regrow its damaged body parts, each part of its body possessed a portion of medicinal essence. In other words, losing a part of its body was equivalent to losing a part of its essence. Ling Han was also extremely unhappy. This was a loss on top of a loss. He tossed the 7 Lives Divine Cloud back into the Black Tower before casting his gaze toward the rabbit. There was great animosity between them now, so he definitely had to capture this celestial medicine. "This celestial medicine has definitely undergone some peculiar transformation," the large black dog said with absolute certainty. "Theoretically speaking, a celestial medicine can only contain a single regulation. However, the environment here is far too harsh and complex. As such, it's caused this celestial medicine to undergo some kind of mysterious transformation. In fact, this celestial medicine is definitely a tyrant among celestial medicines. It wants to engulf other celestial medicines to rapidly evolve." As if proving the large black dog's point, large lumps suddenly started to appear on the rabbit's body. They were like scuttling rats, and with a violent roar, the head of the rabbit instantly transformed into a wolf's head. After absorbing a wisp of the 7 Lives Divine Cloud's essence, it's actually obtained the 7 Lives Divine Cloud's ability of transformation, the large black dog exclaimed. His eyes lit up and he shouted, "Rabbit, transform into a dog head for me." Ling Han couldn't help but chuckle and say, "Dogs and wolves are fairly similar. Cut the rabbit some slack." "Piss off. They're completely different. Even 10,000 wolves are worth less than a single hair of Grandpa Dog," the large black dog said in disdain. The wolf-headed rabbit wore a cold expression as it stared at Ling Han, and there was surprisingly a hint of human-like brutality in its expression. However, it resolutely turned around and bounced off into the distance. It knew that Ling Han was no pushover, and celestial medicines weren't skilled in fighting either. If it weren't for the peculiar transformations that it had undergone, it could have only fled if it had come across any cultivator. Now, however, it was able to engage in several exchanges with Ling Han. This was fairly incredible. It's developed intelligence, so it won't be easy to capture, Ling Han said in disappointment. He didn't pursue the celestial medicine anymore, as doing so would simply be a waste of time and effort. He decided to capture the celestial medicine after he became stronger. They continued to venture toward the depths of the plain. After 5 or so days, a small village suddenly appeared before them. However, this village was abandoned and run down, and only a stretch of ruins remained in its place. A wizened white tree stood in this village, and it appeared extremely uncanny and out of place. Brat, have you realized? That's a white demon tree. The large black dog suddenly exclaimed. Although white demon trees don't have a long lifespan, and although they're useless while they're alive, they can absorb all kinds of violent and chaotic auras after they die. By doing so, they can grow a demonized tree heart. This tree heart can boost a man's sex drive. Holy fuck. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.